Everyone, it's 6 o'clock on the dot, so we are going to call this city council meeting to order. Up first is going to be a moment of silence. Pastor David Butler had to go up to Atlanta, so we are just going to recognize a moment of silence. So if everyone can please stand with me. All right, thank you. Councilwoman Aber with the pledge. All right. For the approval of the agenda, I do want to ask if we could do a presentation with the Rotary Club that was meant to get on the agenda, and we had a mishap, so.
I'll make that motion to walk it on.
All right, anything else?
I'd like to pull A, 3A.
All right, so we got 3A being pulled, the Fire District dock, and we're going to walk on presentation from Rotary Club. Anything else? All right, seeing none, I have a motion by Councilwoman Aber. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ray. Figure it out. That was a tie. All right, I will call the vote. He's almost there. He's logging in. There we go. Ayes have it, so moved. All right, up first, Rotary.
All right, so is the PowerPoint going to be up? How's that? Oh, okay. I heard a voice coming from somewhere. I didn't know where from. There we go. All right, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we really appreciate your time tonight to present to you what we're proposing to do for the beach access areas. So Rotary has gone into partnership with the Rescue Tube Foundation, and it started in Hawaii. It's made its way over to Florida. Well, first of all, I'm Dion Moniz. I'm with the Destin Rotary Club, and this is Wayne Bernheisel. He's our current president. So in the Panhandle area, actually Navarre has been at the tip of the spear. They've already put some in, and so we're kind of using their model to put these throughout the rest of the Panhandles, which is why we're here tonight. So before we do that, just a few points to go over. Obviously, drownings are the third leading cause of unintentional deaths worldwide. Number one cause of death in children ages 1 to 4. And in Florida alone, it's kind of an old study, but back in 2022, there were 464 accidental drowning deaths from that. So these aren't meant to replace lifeguards. These are meant to supplement lifeguards. Obviously, we have lifeguards on the beach, but they go off duty. And I think it was last year that there was a tragic drowning death right after the lifeguards went off duty. So this is meant to hopefully prevent that. So a couple of stats. Currently, there's over 600 rescue tubes that are being used. There's been 200 plus known rescues. All rescues have been successful, and there have been 0 deaths when the rescue tubes have been used. So again, all rescues were successful using these tubes, and there were 0 deaths. So those 2 stats alone, in my opinion, justify this, but we'll give you some more reasons to say yes. So this next slide is titled liability, but really there is none. Obviously, you already have civil immunity for the city. You've got your Good Samaritan Act. Kim Solger, like I said, who's with the Navarre Club, she's actually working with the legislature to add language specific to these within the Good Samaritan Act so that they're covered there. But when you look at the total data, there was a 25-year study that was done in Hawaii, and that's on the slide. And overall, there was a 60% decrease in deaths for the total area. Now, if they focused in on the areas that didn't have rescue tubes, there was no decrease. So when you look at a global area, there was 60%. And again, if you focus in on the areas that had rescue tubes, there was a 100% decrease because all the rescue attempts were successful. So the data is there. The system itself, I'll have Wayne kind of do a little demonstration on how they work. It's a 12-foot post that's buried in the sand about 4 feet. Someone comes up, they undo the 3 straps. Obviously, the rescuer can put the strap around their torso and go out and hand the tube, push the tube out. The great thing about this is it's large enough, it's built to accommodate 3 adults. So if the rescuer is trying to make a rescue and gets under distress, the rescuer can also rely on the rescue tube. And that's why there have been no deaths. We've had too many examples of family members trying to go rescue a family member in distress, and they both die. So I don't know that these will necessarily encourage people that wouldn't otherwise attempt to rescue to do it. I guess it would, and if they do, there's no risk because, like I said, there have been 0 casualties from the tubes. But I think they're primarily designed to help prevent those deaths that are going to happen anyway, because again, you have a family member going out to save somebody, and they both perish. So it's an easy system. We're offering to provide them at our cost or our expense. The maintenance is nominal. Well, actually, get into the cost first. So if you look up there, we've priced them out. We understood from Parks and Rec that they like the look of the white vinyl sleeve around the wooden post, make it a little fancier. This is Destin, right? Destin beaches are the best. So with that in mind, they're about $235 a piece. And we know you guys have 13 beach accesses, so that comes out to about $3,055. And we've already gotten some of the neighboring, the Mid-Bay Rotary Club's already agreed to donate $500 towards this. So we're not really worried about raising the funds for it. And it's not expensive at all when you really take that into consideration. But ultimately, as it's built, as you're looking at it, it's around $235 a piece. And this is just a sample. We know you guys don't use numbers for your beach accesses. We would have this correspond to the street that it's next to or whatever. And ultimately, it's set up to where a rescuer or someone with the rescuer can immediately call and say, I'm at beach access X. So 911 can be on their way while the rescue is underway. There's also a phone number on here. The maintenance situation is we probably will have a group that'll check every 4 to 6 months, but we'd like the lifeguards to let us know if they notice that one's in disrepair and needs replacing. The lifespan on these with the Florida Suns around 2 to 3 years, so we expect to have to replace them every 2 to 3 years, but there are some occasional maintenance things that come up, like a strap gets torn or something. So if the lifeguards or the city staff will work with us, we'll make sure that they're maintained. Navarre, they've only experienced about 1 every 6 months as far as loss or theft. They don't know if it's a loss from a rescue being done and not being put back properly and it blows away or something versus an actual theft, but even that's pretty low. So it looks like most people respect these as an actual life-saving tool as opposed to a toy. So occasionally they don't get put back properly, so hopefully the lifeguards can do that for us, but if not, we'll come out and do it. In a perfect world, we'd love to schedule some work days with the city staff to get good PR and go out and put these in. I know I've seen Mr. Mayor's skills with the sand auger, so you can show us how it's done. But yeah, so I think that would be a great PR event for us to get together with some city staff and put them out. Our goal would be to get them all in by spring break if it's approved by the council. And so, that gives us a few months to get that implemented. So here's where they're currently being used in the district. Like I said, Navarre started, they already have 16 tubes out. Perdido Key has 4, Pensacola Beach has 5. Panama City just approved to put theirs or put some at their beach accesses, so that's pending implementation. Walton County, they just started the meeting process with that, but they're very open to the idea. And hopefully, if it's approved for Destin, my next push is to go to Okaloosa County and say, well, look, Destin's doing it. You guys need to do it too. And ultimately, we'd like to start working with private beach owners too, the condos and stuff, to get them out there. But step one is the beach accesses, the public beach accesses, because that makes the most sense. All right, and as you already know, the Destin Fire Control District is on board. That's the approval letter there. And that's it. I mean, we'll entertain questions, but we think this is a very cost-effective way to help save some lives and provide a service to the public.
Councilwoman Aber?
Since we don't have an official motion in our package, I'd just like to make a motion that we approve this and have city staff work with you to get it publicized and have PIO work with you as well.
I'll second.
All right, second by Councilman Stevens. Councilman Destin?
I want to congratulate you on this product. It's an idea. It's great. You get a lot of them stolen. I would think somebody thinks that needs to be on their college dorm wall.
So far, Navarre's only experienced about one every 6 months, and either theft or some loss somehow. So the attrition rate on them is really low. But I'm sure, especially if you get them in before spring break, somebody will take one back. But we're going to have extras on hand for that very reason. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Stevens?
I'm excited about this. I think it's really cool. So this is going to be right next to the access points. Is it worthwhile to maybe put a sign on both sides? That way when they're walking to the beach, they can get information, or is it typically just on the sign visible from the beach side?
So the way they've been done before is basically right at the edge of the sand dunes, because I know there's already other signage at the beach accesses with the trash cans and stuff. We'll put it there so that it can be noticed with the other stuff. We're certainly open to putting some kind of signage on the entrance as people are walking to the beach to see it. We'd be open to doing that. So yeah, we'd be glad to work with the city on that.
Cool. I'd love to see signs on the entrance too.
Sure, okay.
All right, Councilman Bagley?
Yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah, it's a great plan. I would ask Teresa, when you go to the next TDC meeting, one of the things we don't do well here, and Walton County didn't do it well, and I tried to get it changed, but Bay County does an outstanding job. Which beach access you're at. They've got those huge, beautiful signs that says 81, and people will go to those beach accesses on their birthdays and take pictures of, here I am, 60, at beach access number 60 or whatever.
Right.
Because is there a recommended distance between each of these stations, as opposed to we're going to have 5 right there in Crystal Beach off each of the streets that go down, and then we're going to go 3 miles before we get to the next public beach access?
I mean, in my opinion, the more the better.
Right.
Because, if they're spaced out too far, then someone's not going to see it, or, they're not going to be able to run to get to it in time. So, I mean, we can certainly look at phasing in more as opposed to one at every, access point. That's up to the city, and we'll be glad to work with the city because we want to put as many of these as we can along the beaches for the Panhandle.
Yeah, because I asked that question because James Lee Park, which is not a city beach park, it's the county. If you're running from one end of James Lee Park to the other end,
Sure.
in that soft sand, trying to grab that, or even to the middle, that's a good haul.
Oh, absolutely.
And so by the time you get up there, if you haven't lost your breath, then running back to the edge or one of the edges and then swimming out.
Right.
So I just,
An Olympian.
no, I just ask if there's they recommend you put them in every 500 yards, or they recommend you put them in, and whatever that is, that's the one, that's how I'd like to see it, because I don't, some of our beach accesses are, this far apart, and some of them are that far apart, so.
That is a good point. And so that's certainly something we can work with the city on. The more populated beach accesses,
Yeah.
there might need to be more than one,
Yeah.
spaced out 25 yards or something like that.
But other than that, thank y'all. It's a great idea.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Aber, anything else?
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, thank y'all for bringing this to us. I think it's an awesome idea. I think we can't have enough of these, and I would definitely, propose that we have at least, 12. And like Mr. Bagley said, try and be strategic on the areas that we know are the most likely to be, not so that they're too far apart, but not that we have them all condensed in one area either.
Sure.
But thank you for bringing it to us. I'm glad we can get this done and work with y'all, and I guess we'll take it to a vote and verify that, though, huh?
Councilman
Thank
King.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
This is a great idea, and I'm share Mr. Destin's sentiment. It's just congratulations. This is super cool. It's something that we absolutely need. It's a great supplement to the fire department and what they're doing. So thank you, first of all. I hope we don't ever need them, but if we need them, it's awesome to know. Looks like they're going to be there, you know. I had just a thought, you know, they don't disappear very often, but does it behoove us to kick in like a eek and throw an air tag in there?
We thought about that.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not like people are going to take them, throw them in their car, and drive back to Andalusia. You know, they're probably going to go back to their. And if you get an alert that says, "Hey, your tube is at," you know. Anyways, just a thought.
No, we've
Great
actually
idea.
talked about that, and in a perfect world, they'd all have air tags installed. You know, that increases the price, and so that's the initial factor in there. But yes, because then we can notify the police, and they can go retrieve it, and then escort that person to jail. So, you know, right.
Good. All right, seeing no further discussions, we will call the vote. All right, ayes have it unanimously so moved. Congratulations.
All right,
Add
thanks
us to
very
your
much.
list.
Well, we look forward to working with you all on it.
All right, appreciate you
you.
guys. All right, with that, we are going to go into public comments. I'm going to start on the right side and go left. Mr. Dallas, Don, you going? Yep, I don't see anyone. Yep, yes, sir. Take your time.
Don Dallas, 442 Snapper. It rained again. I got 8 feet of water in my garage again. Okay? We got all these plans for the city. Stormwater's part of it, Matty Kelly, the swells by me and other areas. We got a lot of stuff on your agendas, public parking, okay, walkways, bicycle trails, all kind of stuff. That's all good. But as I said a few months back, let's take care of the people who live here, okay? That's all I'm asking. I got 2 kudos to go out today. One of them's that young lady sitting right there. My wife emailed her the day all that water come in my garage again. Probably pretty early in the morning. It wasn't 5 o'clock, it was pretty early. Emailed her 5 minutes, I get a phone call from this lady. Call Mr. Burgess. Hung up, called, didn't get a voicemail, nothing. Mike answered. He said, I'm 5 minutes away. He came to my house. He come up with a great plan, the best one I've heard in the last 4 years we've been trying to tackle this stuff. I won't go into it because he knows about it. But I want to thank both of them, Mr. Burgess and Miss Abear. Is that how you say it, Abear? I had to look it up on the internet today. I said, oh, my wife said, I don't want to get up and call it stupid like everybody else does. But anyway, I appreciate y'all. And, and I did go out today and purchased 3 of them bags, you know, you throw in front of your garage. It cost me $72. So if anybody wants to take up a collection, you know, let my old retired butt get some money. Whatever. And much respect to all you folks in here for the job you do. I said here a while back, and I misspoke. I said I wouldn't have your job. I didn't mean it in a derogatory way. I mean, it's a pain in the... Thank y'all. Bye.
Appreciate you, Don. All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comments, and we are going to go to 3A. That was pulled off the consent. And who pulled? I did. You want to jump in, Jim?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm going through this. What is the cost? What is our initial cost here in dollars? Not in we're going to do our fair share of utilities and we're going to do our fair share of the debt or whatever. You know, what is the actual dollars and cents that we can put in the budget?
The fair share of the lease is 0 because the fire district is not currently paying anything to the state for their sovereign submerged land lease. And I think it was written that way so that in the event in the future that there's some charge from the state to the district, which we don't anticipate, but they want it in there that if that was to occur, they would have the right to ask the city to pay a pro rata share of that. But right now, it's zero, and if that was to occur, we would have the option and council's discretion to terminate the lease. As far as utilities and trash, I'm going to have to defer to Chief Sasser. I don't believe that that would be very much. Crystal, I think, thought it was less than $100 a month, but it's minimal.
So what you just said, I like. Why isn't it part of the agreement?
It does say that in there.
That we're not paying anything
It does, yes. You want me
and
to-
that we're only paying $100 in utilities?
It doesn't say, it says our pro rata share for one slip, for however many slips we have, which is one out of the 6.
But if our boat goes out twice a week, okay, and FWC's boat goes out every day, who's using more utilities?
Yeah, I'll let them answer that, but let me read you the part about the 0 that you liked
Okay.
also, so that you're confident about that.
Yeah.
Because that's on page 2, and when it says the base lease fee is that pro rata portion of the fee under the sovereign submerged land lease, the next sentence says as of the effective date, lesser isn't charged. And so our pro rata share of 0 is 0. That's where that came from. As
Okay.
for the utilities, I will defer to our representatives from the fire district.
Hit that gray button, turn the light red, and the floor is yours. I'm sorry, sir? Just hit that gray button and turn the light red. Gray button? Yep, in the middle. There you go.
We're working? We're on. Okay, so help me with the question again.
Okay, utilities.
Yes, sir.
It shouldn't be 6, there are 6 slips, 6 occupant, you pay 1/6 of the utilities. If our boat goes out twice a week with code or whatever, and FWC's boat goes out twice a day, we're not using the same amount of utility. So I'm just trying to figure out, what's our fair share?
We came up with what we thought was the fairest way to be able to divide this was to divide it by slips, which is the same thing. First off, I'll start out with, I want to thank the city for the slip that we've been able to utilize, that has saved us a lot of money because we haven't had to
That's
pay.
coming up next.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure that, that the council understood. We're very appreciative, which is one of the reasons that we're offering up the slip that we do have to the city. We feel like that's only right of us to do so. We were able to build a dock with enough slips that we felt we would be able to offer one back to the city, as the city has been so generous to offer us the same. With that said, the same way that the fishing fleet operates, which is pro rata, based upon each one of the slips, we pay the utility and we pay the water down there at that current slip. And I can tell you we haven't used it since we moved into our current firehouse and had our own dock. We haven't used that slip since. But yet we pay that bill every month because we pay our 1/40th or whatever the share is of all the utility and water that's being used down there. Other than putting a meter for the electric or for the water, garbage is what it's going to be as far as a trash receptacle for whoever's going to use it, someplace for somebody to dispose of it. But other than trying to put a meter at each one of the slips to try to capture what that cost might be, we felt this is the fairest way to be able to do it. And the same way that the fishing fleet does it down there. And again, I'll go back, we paid that $40 to $70 every month for the last 3 years, and we haven't used that slip in the last 3 years, really. So we thought that was just the fairest way to be able to do it.
Okay, and then back to Kim, see, I thought that was just because the base date, we're not gonna owe anything because there's no there of this agreement. So if today's the base date, we still have our slips down by the park, right, in the harbor. And is there some reason we're not gonna use that one and go out, by Crab Island? Because actually most of our problems seem to be in the harbor, and we don't have any jurisdiction in Crab Island.
No, that is a decision for the city council. This is simply if the city council wants to use one of the fire district slips. We had talked about it during the dock approvals and all of that, and it was offered to us. We have a rent-free offer to use the slip. If we don't want it, I'm sure the fire district is okay with not allow it if we don't want it. I mean, it's a council question, which slips you want to use. Harbor, bay.
I'd ask the staff. You got the harbor option, you got the non-harbor option, the bay option or whatever. Which one do we want?
I think we'd have to consult with Troy on that one specifically, but because the boat is utilized to take out the monitoring crew a lot, and you are correct, we do not have jurisdiction out near Crab Island, so most of the patrolling would likely be in the harbor area, but we can certainly, I can consult with Troy and get that answer. I don't have the exact data to make that determination right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the offer, don't get me wrong, but we own a slip, you know, in a harbor that we actually have jurisdiction in, and why we would move our boat, you know, our use someplace else just didn't pass my common sense test.
Just as someone that's been at the code compliance hearings over the years, I will say we have had compliance issues on Calhoun as well. I'm not talking about a livery vessel business or anything like that. I'm saying at some of the residential homes, there have been code compliance issues too. So it's just another view that the code compliance officers can have. I'm not saying to choose the bay over the harbor. You might want both, but again, there's no rent, so I don't know what you'd be losing by signing on the lease.
Yeah, because
Well, it's not free.
it's a good point.
That's
The only thing I was thinking is, if we want more transient slips, that seems to be only the benefit. If we wanted an additional, but other than that, to your point, I mean, the code should be in the harbor, but if we're interested in more transient, that would probably be one of the few benefits.
Yeah.
But that comes with cost.
And if it's $70 a month or 50, even if it's $50 a month, you know, that's
Is it worth the
$600.
transit
That's
slip?
$600
Yeah.
that, you know, over 10 years is $6,000 and we could buy or upgrade our boat or something. I'm not opposed to it. It doesn't make sense to me. So I would like to make a motion that either Troy come back and tell us at the next meeting, or somebody just say, here's why we need to have it. I really do appreciate the offer, but I just don't see why we would enter an agreement out there. And I'm sure if we looked at the number of water-related code incidents, there's probably more in the harbor than there is out on Calhoun, but I'm not asking y'all to go, you know, back through all the code logs to see where we're spending. It doesn't pass my common sense test. I'll just be honest with that.
All right, so I do have a motion on the table. Do I hear a second before we continue the discussion? The motion was to,
Pull this item until Troy or Larry or whoever's speaking for code.
prefer that we don't table it so we can
Yeah, I'll
keep the
second
discussion
that.
going. Yeah, okay. So the motion on the floor is just we're going to postpone it, and it's not a table, so I can keep the discussion going. Okay, Councilman Stevens.
Thank you. I appreciate the offer too. And I agree with a lot with Mr. Bagby said. I mean, it definitely puts our code further away from where most of the issues are. One thing to note, there's already a boat lift at the current slip that we're using. So if we were to go and use the fire district's slip, we're probably looking at extra $10,000, $15,000 to install a boat lift. So with that kind of money, I'd almost rather just keep the current option as long as we can all still use that boat lift.
Chief, that confirm we'd have to buy a boat lift as well? Well, we got you here. Get you on the record.
Things. I'm not going to require, the district isn't going to require the city to have a lift there. If you want to tie it up and just leave it there, but do understand where it is, and understand that the current that runs and the winds that blow, that was one of our concerns with even purchasing the property and where it's located versus leaving our boat in the harbor in a protected area. For us, there was a lot of discussion on the two locations, but for us, the decision was made to buy the property because of our need for a quick response. As it was before, we had to drive, takes 10 to 15 minutes, and traffic and that kind of thing. So we had to make those kind of judgment calls for us. I'll go back to the question is, we're not going to require one. However, where it's located, a slit would be beneficial in order not to tear up the asset that you're going to be storing there. And I'll also throw it in while I'm here, is that the lift that is there, that's our lift. So just kind of throw that out there, and we have no problem working with the city if, and right now we have actually a great relationship with the city. We always have. They're utilizing the lift. Troy came to us and talked to us and needed a place to be able to put his boat and so on and so forth. We said, yeah, no problem. Go ahead and utilize it. And we continue to, as I said before, we continue to pay the fees to the for that slip, for the electricity and for the water and all that kind of stuff. So, but no, we're not requiring that to be done. I just think it would behoove whoever's going to put their boat there to put it on a lift, just merely its location.
No, I agree with that. Is there a way that we can take over those fees and continue with where we are? Or even tie our own electricity up at Marlar to where we can use that lift?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Ray.
who seconded the motion to table?
Kevin?
And
Not the table.
not the table, okay.
Yeah, no, just that we would get more direction. Yeah. All right, anything else, Councilman Stevens? All right, Councilwoman Aber.
My questions were the same about the lift, so that's already been addressed, so I don't need to ask anything. You can move on to the next person. I think Mr. Schmidt.
All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you. Chief Sasser, I appreciate it. Are y'all installing a boat lift for any other group? So I understand that there's a permit was pulled for 6 boat lifts. So are y'all installing them, any of them?
Okay, so when we initially applied for it, we were anticipating utilizing the same contractor, so we pulled it so that everybody could pay, they would pay for their own lift, but we would have already pulled the permits for them to be installed by the one contractor. So we pulled it all at the same time, if that's where that question was. We're not putting in a lift for anyone else or any other agency. That agency is going to have that lift installed. The sheriff's office has chosen to use a different company to have theirs installed, which is fine for us. Ours is a little bit more expensive for a variety of reasons. One, double pulleys, we need to get our boat in the water quicker, and remotes and other stuff. So anyway, ours is a little different, so it probably costs a little bit more. So they found another company to come in and install those at a different, we don't care who you have. Anyone that's going to be out there utilizing it, we don't care who they utilize.
Gotcha. Would the district be in favor of not charging us any utilities or anything for that?
I don't think that's going to pass the group that I work for.
Okay.
Because I think that they're going to feel like everybody needs to pay their fair share. Because similar, as I said, when we were down at the fishing fleet, our boat might not have went out the whole month, but we still paid our $40 to $60 to pay our fair share. We feel like that's going to be as fair as we can make it. I don't know how we can make it any fairer other than trying to put meters in, but then the expense of the meters, at some point, that doesn't benefit.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the fire districts. I believe it was one of the commissioners that came here in the beginning about this. I agree about the need for public safety and having all these docks over there for the state and for the Coast Guard and whoever else wants to use them. But I do not think the city of Destin falls under that same reasoning. I've asked a few times I think the different code people and directors and non-directors, why do we need it? And I still don't have a really good answer from any of them. So, you know, if the city of Destin's not going to pay a penny to be over there, sure, but the citizens already pay our taxes to do certain things, and we also pay taxes to the fire district as well. And so even if it's $75, until I can find a reason and be told that we need a boat over there, and now we got to put a lift in there for $10,000 or more, no thank you. I appreciate the offer, but the city doesn't need it, in my opinion. We can go from the harbor all the way to Joe's Bayou in 10 or 15 minutes if there's an inspection to do. I don't think we're rushing out for an emergency like Sheriff's Office or Coast Guard's having to do. So I think we can just puddle around from the harbor, which I don't even think we're even using it. So it's like, why even worry about it? But yeah, so I'm not going to support doing the lease at all, to be honest.
All right, Councilman Destin.
Thanks, and that's what I was going to point out. The other water body we have complete jurisdiction in is Joe's Bayou. This location is more arguably between the two. And we just had, I think, complaints about Joe's Bayou. What was it at the last meeting? People doing jet ski slaloms and races through there, and we do have a lot of issues over there. And I'd have to go back and look at my map, but Indian Bayou, is that within our jurisdiction? Nobody's sure, huh? And neither am I, but it could be.
A portion of Indian Bayou has city limits.
Yeah, I think part of it is. So we have possibly 3 different water bodies. It's a more central location. This lease is at a minimum of how long?
It's currently 3 years and has annual renewals if the parties want to renew.
So after 3 years, it can be terminated for any,
It can always be terminated, but yeah.
and of course, if we did, we'd have our boat lift that we bought that would perhaps go somewhere else. I don't know, I don't have a great deal of reservations since it is located centrally between the water bodies that we're supposed to be administering to, but we'll see how that goes.
Councilman King.
So if we've got to, this is just for clarity, if we've got to service something in Joe's Bayou via our code boat, we would just drive it around from the harbor. Well, my initial concern was that this location was too far from the harbor, but also, you know, it's rough out there sometimes, you know, a lot of days it's rough. So getting from there to the harbor is tough, but, you know, getting from the harbor all the way to Indian Bayou, I don't know. I'm kind of having a hard time weighing the options. It also, it seems to me, it seems silly to turn down the option for, you know, potentially $30 a month or $50 a month. I'd like to hear from Troy and Code and everybody else. I mean, we can all come up with our own opinions, but like, yeah, I would prefer to hear from the people who are using it. And as far as the lift goes, you have to have a lift. Nobody docks their boat on Calhoun, nobody, you know, except for maybe some. Anyways, I'd like to hear from Troy and the people who are using the boat before we go turning down such a generous offer.
Councilman Guile.
Thank you, sir. I just want to point out, Councilman Stevens had 2 questions, and I don't think he got an answer or a direction from either one. One question was there a way to calculate the costs associated with the boat lift that they own? And the second was there a way to get some type of electric current coming from Royal Melbourne Park? And then we just kind of glazed over it. So can we at least get those questions answered or a direction for those 2 questions?
Yeah, I'm sure that the fire district could share the acquisition date and useful life, and we could get a net book value of the lift that they installed. And we can definitely, Michael Burgess is looking at the electric bills every month for every location. I'm sure he has Calhoun Park or Clement Taylor Park pulled out, so that would also be easy to share with you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Councilor Schmidt.
Yeah, just 2 follow-ups. One, Mr. King, we'll be paying for something that we can't use until we install a boat lift first, you know, so it will cost us, and we're not going to be using it until then. And then to Mr. Destin's point, from my understanding, we don't have jurisdiction to do anything about the wave runners. So to your point about needing to get out there to respond to that, I was told specifically we couldn't do anything about it. The pole that's floating around in the bayou, I was told specifically we can't do anything about that because it's different jurisdictions, Coast Guard, Sheriff's Office. So, you know, you're bringing up some good points, but I was told specifically from Sheriff's Office and our city officials that we can't do any of those things. So I look forward to hearing from Troy, I agree, but I mean, I just don't know if I agree with those points because we have no jurisdiction to do any of that stuff.
We can pass ordinances in Joe's Bayou.
But
that
today, we
water-
have no need to go over there to fix a jet ski problem because we have no jurisdiction to do
Yeah,
anything.
the sheriff's office
Captain?
was saying there was no violation that they saw, as I understood it, not that they couldn't do anything. Is that right, Captain Fulton?
Right, but Mr. Destin said that we
That's
need to
correct.
respond to the jet ski situation. There's nothing we could do about the jet ski
Right, but
situation.
I don't want anyone to think we don't have jurisdiction in Joe's Bayou because it's in the city limits. It's not like the other water bodies. It's actually included in our charter city boundaries. So we can enforce the codes in Joe's Bayou differently than we could not in the Bayou.
All right, so
I'm sorry, in the Bay.
So for that clarification, whether it's the harbor or Joe's, if we do have an ordinance of no wake, our code can then enforce no wake if it's in our jurisdiction?
Yeah.
Okay, we just have to put those rules, okay. Okay,
So our code office doesn't need to go do anything, we want a code.
gotcha.
Yeah, we do need
All right,
a code.
anything else? Kevin? All right, Councilman Schmidt, final bite.
Oh, Stevens, sorry.
Councilman Stevens.
Only thing I've noticed, only thing I noticed just watching code compliance actually dock at the current slip in the harbor, I've seen them struggle with just wind. And if now we're going to be putting them in the bay, now they're going to be struggling with the wind and current trying to dock in. And I just want y'all to keep that in mind. It's the code compliance boat driving skills has not been the best with just wind. So.
All right, good point. Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just point out the fact that we have already regulated in Joe's Bayou and the harbor. We passed no wake zones in the back half of both arms of Joe's Bayou. We have complete jurisdiction to pass rules there. Do we have a rule against racing now? But no, but we certainly can regulate going on in there. So otherwise, we couldn't pass any rules regulating anything in the harbor either, which of course I don't think any of us would advocate.
Councilman Guile.
One quick note, boat slips in this town are gold. They're rare, they're hard to find. I think maybe we should consider something, or at least listen to have a good argument of why we shouldn't, whether we utilize it on a steady basis or not.
All right, so before I call the vote, is there anything else that you would like staff or anyone else to dig up for info for bringing this back in 2 weeks?
I would like to know how many times we have used our boat in the past 12 months to actually use and proactively using it for a reason.
All right,
I
Councilman
think
Destin,
we don't have the staff anymore that knows how to use the boat. We used to have a staff person that could use the boat. That's a question for Troy, but that's my understanding.
All right, any other data that you would like to see in 2 weeks? Councilman Destin.
Other than the observation that for $40 a month, we can have a new slip and have more available for transient.
And the $40 is potentially, it's probably less than that. I mean, when you're talking about the Destin fishing fleet, you're talking about 70 boats who are hooked up to shore power water. They're using an outrageous amount of resources.
All right, we're going to call the vote for doing a little bit more fact-finding and being back in 2 weeks. Say it a little bit more elegantly. All right, ayes have it, so moved. All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir, Ray.
consent agenda 3B and C have not been approved.
Yes, no, correct. Yeah, we need to now
I'll make a
approve the
motion to
consent.
approve 3B and C.
Second.
All right, any further discussions? Seeing none, call the vote on the consent agenda. Rest of the consent agenda. Here we go, calling the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved. Mrs. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So this evening, the first item up on the city manager report is a review of the mobility plan. You all have seen this mobility plan a few times before. We need to get this adopted so that we can move on to the final step of completing calculation of new mobility impact fees. So tonight we have Alan with 3TP with a very short slide presentation to walk you through this item.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to give you a brief overview. If you recall, the plan was to bring the plan back to you this evening for adoption, and then to move towards finalizing the fee study before bringing the fees back for adoption. And I'll give you and everyone else watching a quick overview of the mobility plan, then talk about where we stand with the fee study update. The purpose of the plan is to ensure proper maintenance of the transportation network through 2050. We have identified needs out to that date. We've identified and addressed numerous safety issues in this plan in the neighborhoods, in particular on back roads and neighborhood streets, increasing options for walking and biking, and it enables us to establish that up-to-date mobility fee for the city. We have included tonight the draft mobility plan with all of the maps and projects finalized per what was discussed previously with you all. And it is now ready for adoption. It's in its final form according to all of our previous discussions. There are key transportation issues covered, that of safety, of level of service for not just vehicles, but also biking and walking. That was analyzed as a function of this project. And then network connectivity, which has long been an emphasis for the city, where connectivity of streets, paths, sidewalks, and bike lanes were contemplated, and projects were identified to create a complete transportation network for all modes in the city. We've come up with a list of projects as depicted on this map, and those are broken down into several different categories, which I'll go through here real quick. The Crosstown is listed as a separate project and includes the current segment, but also the future build-out recommendations for the whole project itself from end to end. It also has these street network connections in it, which almost all of them came out of the comprehensive plan. We made a decision to include all of the projects in the comp plan in the mobility plan and not choose as a staff to take any of those out without direction. We have bicycle and pedestrian projects that are many and numerous to close those gaps in the network and to make sure that we have a complete system for walkability and biking in town. And then intersection enhancements, which will largely go hand in hand with some of those network improvements, but really focusing on how you cross the street. Can you cross safely? Is there a way to sign it for safety and that sort of thing? And then lastly, community parking facilities, which we've discussed previously, which are for park and walk activities for Crystal Beach and the harbor. The prioritization process happened over the course of several different events. We did take a technical look at this and created a staff benefit score that was conducted by our team and working with the community development staff. We had public input to prioritize projects. If you recall the meetings, the map on the left is from one of those meetings where we had people put dots on the map. And then we went through advisory committees to also get input on these projects to bring to you the collective wisdom of all of that work into a phasing assignment for each of the projects in the plan. On the fee study update, we received some direction at the August 5th meeting of the council to create a mobility fee based on the phase 1 projects of the mobility plan, excluding the Zerby parking garage. And at the time, we had estimated a fee for single-family dwellings, your typical dwelling of $5,273. That's approximately 3.7 times the current fee. We do currently in the fees table have these uses listed. So residential is listed as a series of ranges of size, and all of those have different fees associated with them in the current table. We're using the ITE 7th generation trip manual for this.
Alan,
So,
on that
yes.
real quick.
Uh-huh.
Why isn't the rest filled out? That sounds like a dumb question, but I'm just kind of curious with the graph there. As far as, are they just all dwelling, all 9.58?
Well, ITE has not been able to evolve beyond just having one single trip rate for a residential.
Okay.
That's one of the technical tasks that we have to do, is translate their general number into all these
Okay.
categories based on the size and occupancy of units and So we're doing some of that estimating
Gotcha,
now.
thank you. All
That's
right.
work to be completed, and that's why you're not seeing it.
Yes, okay.
That's a good question. So the proposed residential land uses include long-term residential dwelling units, which is to say not short-term rental affiliated properties, but we'll have a table for long-term residential and short-term residential. We're calculating the short-term residential trips right now as well, but those are numerous times the daily trips of the long-term residential, so they will have a higher fee. We discussed the implications of that previously. We have a whole list of current non-residential land uses, and these all, when you walk in the door here with your development, you look for your use on this table and determine whether you are compatible with any one of these, and that's how your fee gets calculated. And so we have made some enhancements to this table. This is the existing. We're proposing some new non-residential land uses to include a finer gradation of shopping plazas and supermarkets, which will have a couple of different categories within that. We also have recommended adding medical, dental office buildings as opposed to just hospitals, because those are so prevalent these days, and they definitely have different trip characteristics than your typical hospital. So those are two of the highlights in terms of adding uses on here. And this slide shows the percent change in daily trips. According to the old ITE manual, the 7th generation versus the 11th, that top line, the residential dwelling, has gone down 1.6%. So they have fewer trips per household. Some of the commercial uses notably have higher trips per household, and you're seeing the percentage increase in trips for these different uses. So for those of you who are interested in the impact of this kind of policy on individual dwelling units and residential units, there's one pie that gets funded, and because the commercial uses have grown higher in trips, the slice of pie for the residential stuff will be smaller and commercial will be bigger according to the calculations. So they're paying, because of the trip rates now, non-residential uses will pay a higher percentage of the total fee than residential uses. We did also determine through our research that you can incentivize any type of development, including housing, with your fee structure. So we need some sort of basic justification for that, but we can alter these fees as a matter of policy if you all would choose to do that.
And by that you mean we can reduce the fees if they're doing things that we want to incentivize?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, there's got to be some kind of reasonable sniff test public purpose
Of course.
for all this, but yes, of course, that can be done. So the statutes have certain elements to it that I'll remind you at this time. You need to have a demonstrated needs study for fees, which we're working on completing now. You have to demonstrate extraordinary circumstances for necessitating the need to increase these, which we're writing up. The study must be adopted within 12 months of the initiation of the new impact, so you have a year to adopt a finalized study. And you need to do some other things like providing notice and having 2 public meetings prior to these fees being adopted. And notably, the fee increase must be approved by at least 2/3 votes of City Council. That's Florida statute. So you all pretty much have to be in fairly consistent agreement on this to get this done. So our next steps, we're here tonight to request the adoption of the mobility plan. We're completing the fee study now. We are preparing to come back to you all in November with that fee schedule updated and the fee study completed and a recommendation for a mobility fee schedule. After that, before finalizing and actually enacting those, you would have to have those 2 public meetings and initiate an increase after a period of public comment and meetings. So that concludes the presentation on the mobility plan.
All right, and with that, Councilwoman Aber?
I move that the city council adopt the mobility plan as presented and request that 3TP Ventures brings back mobility fees based upon the mobility plan for council consideration.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Stevenson. Any further discussions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. Oh, all right. I was like, oh my goodness. I thought something was weird. I wasn't checking my sniff test. All right, Councilman Bagby.
So I see that NC 6, Sunchase Boulevard, is back on, and it goes all the way from Indian Trail to Indian Bayou Trail. Is that correct? Because I remember all the people we had here
NC6,
before
yes.
who just went crazy. But I think that was, part of that was because we had it hooked up to an existing street and going through the swamp there.
Yeah, correct. I think they were
That was
going
a-
to the golf cart.
That was a
golf
map
course.
error. That map error has been corrected,
Okay.
yes.
Thanks a lot.
I just want to make sure that that's where it is. And then I had about MU6. So that's going down the power easement, the Gulf Power easement.
And I do have something to add to that as well.
Go ahead.
I've talked to the Florida Sun Trail, which is also there, and they are also pulling that line and going to go down Dolphin South before heading over to the Walton County line. So I don't know if that was in relation to the Sun Trail, because that was their proposed state map, but even they have already done a south on Dolphin versus going over into the gated communities there.
Right, because, well, there's a couple of issues there. Neither one of the gated communities want the trail through their community. I happen to know because I live right there. And it outfalls where there is nothing there because everything we've been pushing, and Walton County's been pushing everything to the scenic 98, Gulf Drive, whatever you call it. The two counties are different. So where we already have a wide trail, so I'm just trying to figure out where we think MU6 is going, because I thought it was going south at some point and hooking up where we spent all that money widening the bike trail where all the people ride along. And I may have missed a meeting, and it went back, and that's fine. I just, before I vote for it, I want to know where is MU6 proposed to be? Is it proposed to be where the Florida Sun Trail is, or is it proposed to be where it is on this map in this current iteration of the mobility plan?
Well, we have it on the map where it shows on the map. If it needs to be different, then there is time to modify that and change that. But the nature of this discussion is news to me tonight, so I apologize for not being prepared to answer.
Well,
that
this is
question.
part of the plan, right?
It is, it
Okay,
is.
so I just want to
right.
make sure we got the plan like we want the plan.
Yeah, sure.
I want to make sure we got all our little map errors corrected and everything, so Mayor, is it, in your mind, is it down Scenic Gulf Drive, or is it or
Yeah, they
Scenic
have it
Highway
going-
98?
They have it from the west side all the way to Dolphin, correct?
Right.
As far as the new Sun Trail, and again, this is us last month, just going back and forth email, they wanted to consult on just, hey.
Sure.
Are we going the right way? I was like, yes, we've already talked about this because of our mobility plan. So at least for MU4, in terms of the state's map for Sun Trail, it's gonna go from 98 through the power line easement all the way to Dolphin, then go south and then east to the Walton County line on Scenic 98 and then Gulf Drive, Walton.
Okay, so
So
I
just
have to
half.
make a motion to make that change, or since we already have a motion to approve the plan, how do we get that changed in the plan?
Yeah, without
Unless I guess
messing
I
this
can
all
ask the
up.
motion maker to change with that change, yeah.
Or a motion to amend.
Yeah,
I can amend my motion to add that change in before you bring it back.
And then Councilman Stevens, are you okay?
I'll agree to that.
All right, Ray, you good with that? All right. Councilman Destin? Oh, all right, my bad, you want to keep going?
He's good.
All right, okay, Councilman Destin.
Okay, I guess my questions are more philosophical in nature. How much money are we going to raise with these fees to implement this plan?
We have not done a revenue estimate per se. Are you talking about the life of the fees themselves over to like 2050? Like an estimate would be
Or
around,
an estimate of over the life, or a yearly amount would would work too. I always have to have an idea about what I'm spending before I spend it.
Correct. Well, in that case, it's about $1.5 million a year would be my revenue estimate for this.
Okay, with the estimate of what the fees would be, which is also an estimate, right?
Right, that is looking at what happens today with this estimate of about 4X and applying that, you're going to raise it to $1.5 million.
Yeah, and I see that you have an estimate for a single-family home of $5,000 or so, which is 3.7 times what it is now, or 400% increase. Does that apply to remodeling or just new construction only?
It does not apply to remodeling. It applies, the impact fees only apply to change of use and expansion of use. So if you were going to put additional square footage on a building, then they would apply. They don't apply to interior renovation or building value in that case.
Okay, so if we're going to put additional square feet on a single-family home, then it does apply?
It does apply if you're adding to a use, yes. Now, a provision could be put into place where that is not the case in your fee policy, but that's something that hasn't been issued.
And I suppose we could put in a provision that it doesn't apply to single-family homes at all?
One could make the fee itself, like they don't pay any fee. Is that what you were asking about? I guess you could go to that length. You would have to say something to the effect of, we have a policy position to write down the cost of the fee for single family because we support housing for permanent residents, which we need and value in this community. And the availability of permanent residences for sale is at risk by certain factors in the community. And so I believe that I could muster a statement that would be supportable legally to do such a thing, to reduce or down to whatever level the council wanted to.
And so that would all come now or later?
My reason for being here tonight and showing you some of this is to get some guidance from you all
Okay.
on some of these kinds of
Okay, well, hopefully we'll give you
detailed
some in a
topics.
second. What bothers me most about this is, and it's that very issue, it's at least something I can stomach if it's not applied to single-family homes, because after all, I've heard now for 10 years or longer, affordable housing, no one can live in Destin, they can't afford to live in Destin. We're about to tack $5,000 onto that, plus if they want to put an addition granny's suite or any additional square footage on their home, we're gonna get them with this too. So I would, and before we're done, I will make an amendment that we exempt to the best of our ability single-family homes. And then you come to and help me understand okay, let's say a 5,000 square foot commercial building. What would our fee be under this compared to what it is now in the proposed fees that we're trying to really find out what they are?
It would, in that particular case, and the reason why we included those additional uses in the tables is to be able to compare, similar to a residence, a general commercial use is going to not change a whole lot from what I recall. The big changers are shopping centers would pay a lot more, convenience stores, and the rest of them are fairly level, it appears to be. So it would pay the same sort of 3.7 to 4 times as much.
400% more, basically.
That's right.
And what about high-density housing?
We have not separated out high-density housing or apartments or any sort of other housing type. Right now, the table has housing units in it. If we wanted to differentiate between apartments, let's say, or multifamily development and single-family development, we could do that in the table.
Okay, well, what's the nexus? Because actually, high density where you put 400 units on a few acres, of course, has a much bigger impact on transportation than a single-family home on half an acre. So where's the nexus or the rationale between not making high density multifamily pay more?
The trip rates in the ITE manual don't separate it out. For some unknown reason, they have not done the surveys to do this research. So we don't have that as a basis to charge something different. And what we found recently is that occupancy rates are somewhat similar between your average single-family home and apartments. So in terms of the number of people, if people are a proxy for transportation impact, they're kind of similar these days. So the thing about apartments is that impact is hyper-localized, and where you build them, they can be very impactful, more so than a house, for sure.
But that's per dwelling unit,
That's-
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's per unit.
Yeah,
Right,
so
per-
400, regardless of the acres, is 400 times.
They're going to get charged by unit.
Okay.
A multifamily developer will get charged by unit, and they will pay, each unit will get its fair share of the fee. If you wanted a separate fee for single family from multifamily, we could produce that on the fee table. And if you wanted to have a policy that was beneficial towards single family homes, you could do that as a matter of policy. But the number crunching aspect doesn't leave us a lot of avenues to just do that on a technical basis, like you might be describing.
Well, I understand the per unit rationale, but the fact is, I think we all understand if you put enough high density onto a smaller amount of acres, the impact on the traffic is tremendously more than all single-family homes. And we have gone down that path here for a very long time. So I would say that we also need to try to separate those two out, where the developer of 400 apartments or townhouses on a very small acreage, who is after all making a hell of a lot more money, pay for the impact.
Clear guidance, all right. Anything else, Councilman Destin?
Is anybody else have anything to say?
Oh, yeah, we got a couple.
Okay, well then I'll
Yeah.
wait till they hear what they have to say.
I'm writing
I
down
would say,
everyone's
though, without
suggestions.
objection to that recommendation, we will go ahead and make that, separate out those uses, so you all have maximum flexibility in looking at them separately and contemplating the fee structure for them separately.
Yeah, I definitely
And we'll
like where you're
take under
going with that.
consideration what you're saying and try to come back with something that is
Right.
sensible.
Councilman Bagby, and then Abear.
Okay, so help me here. Hotel, current land use is hotel motel per room generates 9.02 trips, right? Daily trips. According to, and these slides aren't numbered, it would help us in this conversation. And the residential is 9.58. So if you put in a hotel, and I was looking for apartments, but I couldn't find apartments. Are apartments in here in one of these tables for current non-residential or residential uses?
They are not, and that's what we were just discussing, Mr.
Okay.
Bagby, is to add, we were going to add that.
So
listing
on
separate.
one page, and you can't see the slides up there, but on one page, it has 9.02 for per room for hotel motel. And then on the very next slide, it says a hotel motel per room is 7.99. And I'm trying to figure out.
Current
if it's
versus
a-
proposed.
That
Yeah.
is straight up a function of the ITE trip generation manual that is published the 7th versus the 11th edition.
Okay,
And that's what I was talking about, that piece of pie, the slices of the pie change because we're going to divide total trip demand by these different uses. So
Right.
they're actually advantaged in having their fee, their trip rate go down a little bit.
so the other thing that I'm confused about here, I guess, is this next step. So it says there's 4 things you got to do. You got to adopt a mobility plan. You got to complete a fee study. You got to host 2 public workshops. Then you have to adopt the mobility fee study and a fee increase via an LDC amendment, right? So when are we adopting a mobility, I thought we were just adopting a mobility plan tonight and that we were going to discuss and give you our feedback on, what we're on what the fee or how it should be calculated, or because something you said earlier to Mr. Destin was the money relation. If there was no money relation, then you wouldn't tell us what in all these plans, what NC5 was going to cost and what, SW2 is going to cost, because we come up with this big amount and then we say, this is how much money we need to raise over how many years?
25.
25. And then we just divide it and we say, okay, now here, how do we generate that amount of money? Or we say, we're going to adopt this, $20 million of the plan, and we'll deal with the rest of the plan later. So it's not part of the adopted mobility plan. We could do that also, right? We could go in and pick and choose and say, we're going to set our cap at $50 million. And then we look at what you estimate on today's dollars, what each of those projects cost, all the projects that you have in this draft plan, and say, here's our cut line. We're going to try to fund all those. We're going to, either go get grants, or we're not going to do those over the next 25 years. And so
And that's the priority one list, correct?
Right. And so I'm just trying to figure out what it is you want us to do tonight. Do you want us to massage priority one list and say, this is our mobility plan, which carries us through the next 25 years? And then you come back in a meeting or two and say, here's that amount of money, and here's where you need to raise your fees to generate that amount of money. What am I missing, I guess, is what.
Well, tonight's request is only to adopt the mobility plan, which is an action that does not require any further action to do anything else. We, based on the priorities and that prioritization slide that I showed, we as staff, and I'm an extension of your staff here, are recommending these priority one projects. This council or any future council can sit down and have a workshop about how it wants to prioritize its money, what projects it wants to fund for preliminary planning or design, and we'll have total control over how the plan gets implemented as time marches on and as fees get collected to do projects. It's going to be a slow process to collect impact fees to do transportation projects, as you know. So there's not a particular urgency to figure out what project one is going to be right now. But we do think that there's an urgency to get the fees set appropriately so that you can start collecting enough to make a difference and start investing in roads again, because it's kind of been stalled out. So what the ask tonight is to adopt the plan. If there are modifications there too, I would ask that it get adopted with those modifications done, and we'll make them, and that'll be that. We'll come back with a fee structure where you'll see what the fees are, and they are based on a particular set of projects that you want to fund. Last time I was here, we decided that it felt about right just to try to fund the first phase of projects minus the deck. So that's what we're going to go do, mathematically go do that. And that establishes this fee level that we're trying to set that feels right for everybody. So tonight is just that first step, and the fees will come back in November. That's our schedule, is to have that for you. Yeah.
All right.
But I did want to seed some discussion about the fees themselves and get some feedback from you all about what uses are on there, how you want to prioritize your policy perspective on this, and what some of your concerns were, so that as we go do that fee schedule, we'll be as close as possible to something that you want to see coming at you, or not come back to you.
All right, so with that, if we can, I'd like to almost separate the two so we don't muddy up a long motion. Is there anything from the map of the projects that we'd like to amend, delete, anything from the total project to your 1A? Let's get the project settled. So we got the mobility for the multi-use. Is there any other project that we're feeling weary of? And then I think we go back and we start blasting you with, I would like to see us go this direction with the fees, or this direction as Councilman Destin had started, just so we don't have a long chaotic motion.
I'm not asking for any motion.
I know.
Or action
I'm just
on
kind of,
the
I'm talking to
impact
them,
fees
looking at
tonight.
you.
Yeah. any feedback we're getting that, we're taking this guidance and preparing the study.
All right, so with that, Councilwoman, do you have anything else on that?
No, I was just going to clarify that we're just trying to make sure that we're giving you the mobility plan with the roads and the paths and
Yep.
everything in the right perspective, which adding on the change with Mr. Bagby brought in, that's all that's key tonight. Because then we can come back when you bring us what your proposal fees are and say, we don't want our single-family homes to have this added in there. If they're going to increase their footprint by adding on another room, we don't want them to be feed, the amount of 400 or whatever that percentage is. That can be done when you come back in November, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I
Yes.
wanted to clarify. Thank you.
And then I guess with that, my only point, and, it'll be up to you guys if you want to go with it. As far as the NCs, the new construction roads, I have not found a single person in favor of one or two. I know that could be a little bit of a NIMBY cave, not my backyard kind of situation, but just throwing it on the record, I don't know a single person who was in favor of that. I understand that it connects and allows more ways to get around, but to the point of trying to keep the character of neighborhoods, those neighborhoods seem to like to not have cut-through roads. And I'm just gonna throw that out there because, at least for one, I'm kind of in that NC2 area. We all use Snapper. I don't think there's no need for two Snapper Souths going out. And we use that sailfish as like a roundabout. I see a lot of people biking, whether it's kids or elderly, using it as almost like a little inner track. So throwing it out there for the public on that. I don't know if we need to pull it out or not, because again, this could be in 2050, maybe there is a use. And we can always scream like hell when we want to, or the next council wants to move forward. But again, keeping more in there than less might be a better idea. So we have variety and flexibility later on, because if we take it out, we can't use the impact fees, correct? If we were to take something out of this plan, we wouldn't be able to use any transportation fees to fund a project that's not on this list. Is that correct,
You
Alan?
could, I would recommend adding it back in or
Adding it later on.
amending
Okay.
the
All right.
list, yes, when
All
you
right,
do
so
such a thing.
I was just throwing that out there as my point on the project list itself, as I'd be in favor of nexting 1 and 2, but with that, Councilman Destin.
I'd just make one other comment. That my problem with this process is that we're going to adopt a plan without knowing what our fees are. That's kind of like putting the cart in front of the horse. And to try to make it even simpler, that would be like me setting my menu prices at my restaurant without knowing what my cost of food is. And I might think shrimp should be $100 a plate. I don't know what it costs. Won't sell many shrimp baskets for that. So I just philosophically have a problem setting the projects before I know what the fees are going to be to fund those projects.
Don't we have estimates? Didn't we have estimates in the projects, or is those just like very soft numbers?
We do have estimates.
Yeah, I'm
We do have
just,
estimates, Mayor, but I'm not
no,
sure.
you got a good point. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
follow
they-
this.
They're not realistic, in my opinion, 400% increase, and we, at the moment, have it applied to single-family homes, and we have it applied to other things.
No,
I
I
don't know
definitely
if
track
we're
with
gonna,
that.
yeah, I don't know if we're gonna pass something like that.
I mean, I love where you're going as far as subsidize or encouraging the things we want to see and allowing the things that, it's a free market, we can let them foot the bill. Because in my opinion, this is overdue. I mean, we're almost subsidizing development or subsidizing the quality of life at the benefit of developers. At the expense of residents, if we don't get this going.
And if we don't twerk it.
Yeah,
at the
I love
moment-
where you're going
At the
with
moment,
the-
it's not
the
twerk,
long-
it applies to everybody,
Mhm.
and we're not encouraging single-family while we are not discouraging the others that are gonna, really screw up our transportation even more. So this has, in my opinion, a lot more work to go. To just adopt a plan with some projects on it without customizing it to do what we want to do is premature, in my opinion.
Okay. Councilman Schmidt?
Thank you, sir. Planning. I think we've heard many times how bad of a planning, our planning here in the city has led us to where we are today. Many councils over the past maybe didn't plan as well, or I don't understand, but we're not tying ourselves into any projects tonight. And I think the the change that you're going to be bringing to separate the single family and some of those things that have already been talked about, we have a large-scale plan over the next 25 years of just possible ideas that we're trying to plan for, not the dollar amounts, not the projects. I mean, Jesus, we can't even finalize a budget sometimes in 1 year. So we're not going to be able to prioritize the next 25 years tonight or the next meeting or the next 10 meetings. So this is not tying us to increasing a fee by a certain amount tonight. I think we've already stated that. So this plan, these changes, let's do it. Let's start getting there. So we can, we've been talking about the fee increases, impact fee increases, BTR fees. We just talk and talk and talk. Let's take the next step. Let's do this tonight so we can get to the next step. And then we can all debate about the fees when you bring it back to us in November. That's my plan. So thank you very much.
All right, so with that motivational speech, I see no other further discussions.
I'm going to make an amendment that we exempt single-family homes in the mobility plan so that they will not pay any more at the moment. And they will not pay any more in the future than they are at the moment. So, or we can exempt them altogether.
That also clumps in, I think that's the November 4th discussion.
Dewey, what about homesteading?
Most single families would fall under that category.
Wouldn't short-term rentals also fall under single family?
They would, but they are regulated under, they're not actually regulated, I'm sorry, that's a bad word according to the state. They have a separate fee structure and a separate set of rules. So if that use is employed, then your fee comes to you at that point.
Yeah, Councilman Destin, I'm 100% on board with where you're going. I was hoping that we could get the projects done and then continue the conversation on what we want to see in November 4th as far as I want to see subsidization here and I want to stick it to the commercial over here, and then you make it legally bound.
And just to be clear, in a point of order, the mobility plan does not recommend uses or fee levels or a fee table.
It says projects is what you're saying.
It's just projects. So your motion would be appropriate as a separate motion, as guidance or a policy decision to give us fee development guidance separate from the plan itself.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I do have a motion from Councilman Destin.
Let's change it to just from amendment to a substitute motion. I understand your point about it not adopting, but as we are adopting preliminary fees and the entire mobility plan itself is predicated on having fees that can fund it, I'm not sure I agree with the opinion that you've expressed. So I'm going to make a substitute motion that we adopt the mobility plan with an exception for single-family homes.
King and then Bagby.
Single-family homes or homesteaded single-family homes? Are we able to put that distinction in there?
At this point, I'm not sure the distinction is necessary. At this point, I'm not sure the distinction is necessary.
Yeah.
If we're looking to try to promote just single-family affordable homes, not everybody can homestead.
But Dewey, that's what he's saying when he comes back in November. That's where we break out. We take care of our families.
Oh, I understand what he's saying. I'm ready to do it tonight.
All right, Councilman Bagby?
Well, I'm ready to do it tonight, but after we adopt the mobility plan, then I would like to have us, because I'll support that after we adopt the mobility plan.
All right, good.
But what a lot of people have told me is no more damn apartments.
Right.
And I'm like, so you know what? I'm willing to exempt single-family residences, and I'm willing to take the apartments up to whatever the highest
The
level
state
we can
statute.
take.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep,
And if
perfect.
you want to build some more apartments, God bless you, build them, but you're
Yeah.
going to be paying for,
You're paying
all
a
our
full
new roads.
project.
Yeah.
You're going to fund a
Okay, I'm sorry.
project.
Let's vote this.
All right, any further discussion? The motion has been withdrawn, so we're back to the original
May I clarify something?
with the amendment. Yes, sir.
The original motion was a recommended motion with modification, and that modification is relative to your discussion about location of MU6 and
Yeah, we're just going to delete.
And that's the only
MU
modification, okay.
Yeah, because MU4 is, MU4, oh no, MU4 is south and north and south. Yes. Yep.
Go south or Dolphin?
But that's MU5. MU5 is Dolphin, so we're just going to end MU6 at Dolphin. So the east and west corridor would be MU4 to Dolphin, so 98 to Dolphin, MU4.
Then MU6 would be along Senate Highway 98.
Okay, so
Not be down to Powder.
only one modification to that recommended motion.
MU6 is, yes.
Yeah, MU6 is all the way. We're cutting it in half. Whew. Sorry for everyone that's not looking at the map right now. All right. Ray, is that what you got? Is that what you need? All right, so we're going to call the vote for the mobility plan with one modification. All right, ayes have it, 6-1.
Make a motion to exempt single-family homes as a policy.
Is that what you, or just a direction? Because the
Yeah,
policy will be
direction.
November 4th.
I think you intend to not increase
Right.
the current fee, not eliminate any fees.
That's exactly right.
Okay,
That's
I will
what I
second
said
that
the
motion.
first time.
I'll second that motion, but I won't.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
if our aim is to increase the others, we lower these down and the others will have to increase.
Yeah.
Point of clarification.
Yeah, please.
Our recommendation is to amend the motion to include single-family homes not registered as short-term rentals.
So moved.
All right.
I'll second that all day.
All right, so we got an amendment to that motion. All right, with that,
Just a quick question,
Yeah.
since I can't press the button.
oh,
Realistically,
Ray, can you clear it?
by doing that, how does that, I mean, do we have numbers on how that truly impacts us? Being more advantageous, less advantageous, we're not gonna ever even get anywhere further than where we already are now that we're not increasing that?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I have reviewed the permits, and there are very few individual single-family home permits. So this is going to help your true homesteader, I'm going to rebuild my house or something like that. There are a lot of permits for units, but most of them were in a big multifamily project, yeah.
Yeah, and then
So-
we seemed like to have a decent, we never voted on it because it was a workshop, but a decent consensus on the additional granny flats and everything. So I think that's really where this would look 5-10 years out of what we're supporting is additional dwelling on those homesteaded, single-family residents.
It will not impact your revenue generation to the point where you'll look back and think, why did we ever do that? Yeah, it just is not going to do that, so.
Okay, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, and just besides supporting this, to answer Kevin's earlier question, in the last 2 times we went through kind of a process similar to this, it was about rewarding people, if you put 16 bike parking spots out in front of your house, we're going to approve it or whatever. It wasn't about what was being built. It was about what was being provided so that it became a multimodal community, or it became and this is more direct with, when we get back to the fee structure, we're going to reward you if you're building a single family, not reward you, but we're not going to penalize you if you're building a single family residence. But if you want to build apartments, or you want to build more storage units, or you want to build, then you can build them. We're not saying you can't build them. We're just saying the cost is going to be high to build the things that this year, at least, we don't think we need more of.
Okay. Councilman Guile?
I just have a question, and this is purely just a question. I don't know if it's even legal, but. Yeah, no, it's not about short-term rentals this time, believe it or not. But is there any chance, like in the mobility plan, you can say for some of the restaurants and supermarket facilities, that if you do local-only lines or local-only seating or things like that, you can do a reduction, or is that not possible? Is that not even legal?
What kind of legal, what kind of Yeah, I like that, yeah, can you?
As far as whether that's it, or what is the philosophy of if we have a fee and we want to start reducing things, or if there's abilities to start tacking things off, is there like a parameter of what we can do?
Like Publix gives us 2 lanes for locals only. And you say, okay, since you gave us 2 aisles, 2 checkouts for local only, we can reduce your fee by X percentage.
I've not heard of a locals-only policy in this kind of environment.
We would be the first.
Groundbreakers.
There
We're
has to-
groundbreakers.
There has to be a nexus and a rational basis for doing this. I mean,
Yeah,
you would struggle if you didn't have a rational nexus for doing this.
But that's why we pay you the big bucks.
Yeah, I heard you never lose.
There are trip reduction calculations that are possible within this way of doing things. They tend to be about pass-by trips, like if you build a McDonald's, like someone's just going to be driving by and they're going to decide they want a McFlurry or whatever it is they get there. That's not considered a trip, so it gets taken off because
They
they
didn't go
didn't
there for
create that
that.
trip. They induced it because they saw McFlurries.
Mm.
So you can do stuff like that, but it's all based on the pass-by trip rationale, and there may be some other rationales we can use for reducing trips, but that gets you stepping off a very firm legal foundation into one that's a little more squishy, if you will. Yeah.
To continue down that thought, though, for the 4th, as far as just maybe a direction, as far as incentivizing maybe better development, so as a hurricane rating, or as far as our insurance in our area, if just as like, if there's any information that we can bring or put to help reduce those fees if they are built stronger or better, so that the ratings or any kind of that rationale, that's something I would like to see, if that's even a feasible thing, as a potential, hey, here's the fees, but here's a list of things that we could ask a developer to do that would enhance, I guess, your typical building code and bring it up a scale, so that as a total, we have a stronger, more resilient community. And perhaps is there any benefit in our overall insurance as individuals? And again, that's not a question now, but that's kind of where my rationality is going to be for the next month or two, asking you guys is, what can we do to help encourage better development so that we all have a lower interest rate? Because between I think the insurance, at least for me, is what's dragging my mortgage up in addition to the inflation. But I think the insurance, to try to keep people in place so they can age in place and be here if they want to be here. I'm just trying to think of ways that we can help as one community reduce those insurance. So that's just my thoughts on things I would like to see in November 4th.
Okay.
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 Sorry for taking that while we got a motion on the table. I know, sorry,
That's
Alan.
okay,
I'm just
but-
locking you down. You're my expert, Alan. Okay.
We could talk about ways to address some of these concerns that are on more solid legal ground.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so as far as the motion on the floor, is there anything else to discuss as far as what we have for the motion in second? Do we need to hear it? All right, so I'll call the vote on Councilman Destin's motion to help single family. All right, ayes have it, so moved unanimously. Before we move on, is there anything else we would like to direct them to see in the fees in the 4th? All right, seeing none, we will move right along. Right along, we're going through this quick. Oh, never mind, we're right back in it. Hey, Ellen, tell us about building fees.
Actually, if you don't mind, I'd like to invite our building official up. So Noel would like to talk about the newly proposed building permit fees, and then she'll probably invite Alan back to, as her support. Go ahead, Noel.
I thought he might need a break after that.
Well, we appreciate you.
Good evening, council. Noel Bell, building official. We are bringing you tonight proposed about the building permit fees. And I know we had mentioned about this during, I think, visioning session, how the building fund is slowly declining. And as of this current 2024 fiscal year, where that'd be the first time we're going to be going into the red and have to be supplemented by the general fund. So I just wanted to bring you kind of on the background. On November 7th, 2022, we brought our first initial permit assessment study where we had recommended a 20% fee increase. That fee increase was a kind of across the board, include not just building, but engineering and planning and everybody. That vote was amended to and approved for a 10% increase at that time. So this go around, we are just bringing back just the building division's portion of the fees, because that is the only fund that we get paid out of, is for the building fees. Not engineering, not planning, those go to them guys, they'll go to the general fund. We only get supplemented by the building fee, the building permit fees. So with that, we have commissioned with 3TP Ventures, Alan, to help us with this updated fee study. We did take a different avenue this time than we did last time, where we actually calculated our physical man hours and overhead costs to perform the actions that we do, which is the permit tech, receiving the submittal, going through everything, making sure everything's correct, and then pushing it out to plan reviewers who are reviewing those plans, and then obviously following up with inspections in the field with inspectors. And so we kind of took a look at what was the cost of staff performing these tasks. But I'm going to let Alan get into it a little deeper with you. He's got a presentation to show you, and I'll be here to ask questions, follow-up questions. So, Alan, take it away.
So yeah, Noel, don't take Alan's presentation.
Without an ad on this
Just
one.
a quick summary, if I might. One of our goals with we had two big goals in adjusting the building permit fees. Number one was to make the building fund cover its own expenses. We need to cover the expenses of having a building official and having permit techs and inspectors. The second goal was to simplify the list. The list of fees was very long, very complex, depended on a lot of different variables. So I feel that the fee schedule that they're proposing tonight meets both of those goals. And an additional benefit is if we go with this proposed schedule, you can debate the fees all you like maybe into the future, but if you could at least approve the schedule that we're proposing, which is dramatically simplified, that will give us a big boost in helping to set up the new permitting technology, the new online permitting system, MGO, and it'll help us get to that deadline better and faster. So with that, go ahead, Alan, and I'll let you talk in more depth.
Thanks. And before I want to start, I want to mention that this, I'm always privileged to work with you all, but this was a real collaboration. Noel and Sue Shoemaker in particular really were hands-on in this process, and I wanted to acknowledge them and their work that they did to get us to this point, because this is a little bit technical, and but we've tried to give you a memorandum that shows you this process that Noel described. We wanted to go into greater detail to get some assurances that these fees that we're putting together would raise an appropriate amount of revenue, and with the consolidation, we had to create a model to do so. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. I'm trying to advance, and it's not working. I don't know what is going on. So why do we need this now? We have a goal. It's sort of a stated goal, but not official goal, I think, around here of having a self-sustaining fund to the maximum extent feasible and avoiding having to put general funds into the building fund to support the division. The fund balance forecasted to go negative by the end of 2025 for sure, and potentially at the end of this calendar year if changes are not made to the fee structure. We did update those fees, as Noel mentioned, in 2022 with a council-determined 10% increase. At that time, the forecast was very high for revenue generation, and the forecast has been adjusted down to some realistic history that we've had. So we came to you at that time with a 20% recommendation. This one's higher because the forecast and some of the further analysis we've done have indicated a need for a higher increase to cover ongoing costs. So we have a clearer picture of anticipated demand, not just from doing the work, but also from coming off of the COVID era, which had a high level of permit activity during the sort of middle of it, after everybody got over everything is closed and got back to business. There was a high level of permit activity actually during the COVID era, and now we're seeing that regulate down to something that's normal, and I'll show you that in a minute. So we do have this imminent negative fund balance issue coming up, and the cost of doing business continues to go up some as well for the division. So the steps we took to formulate this recommendation, including assessing and comparing some historical and forecasted revenue of the costs of the division, evaluating those costs of providing administrative and inspection activities, where we looked at a whole list of permits and inspections and calibrated the fee recommendations to those levels. So these fees that you see in this tonight were really based on that assessment of cost of service, cost to provide the services. And we did consolidate those fee categories. We've created a revenue model for the fee update based on actual permit data from 2022 through mid-2024. So we had 2.5 years of data that basically got normalized into one to create a sort of an average year of production. And we calibrated fee levels to produce revenue estimated to cover the building division's operational costs based on that average year. So one thing to note, we included the current budgeted vehicle and equipment cost in the fee structure. For this year, there is, I believe, $116,000 allocated for buildings and vehicles that are above and beyond the normal cost of the building division. And those were spread out over 10 years within these fee calculations to pay for them over time, so that the future people coming in the door paying these fees will end up paying down the cost of that equipment that's needed over time.
Alan, on that exact topic,
Yes.
is there anything with the community development team renting the space they have or the utilities that they use? Have we gone that far into the expenses of what community development is doing for expenses on the chart?
We have general operating costs. I would need to look at the list. We don't have any building improvements or repairs.
Okay.
But I think there is the fair share of utilities.
Okay.
But I don't think any sort of rent or rental agreements is in the fee structure
Okay,
itself.
gotcha. Thank you.
So this slide shows permit activity from fiscal year 01 going all the way back there to 2024. And you can see in the first part of the chart here, the sort of whipped up housing market in advance of the great financial crisis that happened in subsequent years, and the dip that happened after that in permit activity. And you can see that in the toughest of times here in our post-great financial crisis doldrums that we were in, we're less than half of the permit activity of even the average time. So this activity within the building division can fluctuate significantly. And so it's a little bit hard to have a fee that accounts for some of this because your revenue is so variable and your staff costs are a little sticky when it comes to going up and down. But if you will notice, the last two bars on here are 2023 and forecasted 2024, and those appear to be somewhat normal, or average, if you want to say that, in terms of their level, maybe even a little higher than normal. But 2023 is a good year to assume as sort of a normative year, and those were the years of our revenue model that we had. So going through the revenue from fees, you'll see the actuals from 2021, less than $1 million of revenue up until this budgeted year where we're forecasting over $1 just over $1 million this year of revenue from fees and fines and other things. And then the forecast is to have a little bit of a dip in 2025 in that revenue and basically recovering over the next 3 years to get back to a level that near where we are now. But that's I think a good revenue forecast to go on is to be a little bit conservative and recognize that we're probably not going to hit the COVID era pace that we have in 2023, 2024. You'll see in here in this chart a change in fund balance. So each year at the end of the year, you'll see how much the balance went down. And this year's budget is relying on fund balance at the beginning of the year at $342,000. And so we're taking advantage of some money that's in the bank to cover this year's cost for the building division, and we'll go negative at the end of the year is what this is forecasting. By 2028, we're forecasting to be a full year plus in arrears in terms of fund balance and needing to close the gap if we do nothing and to make no change. So we did a full evaluation. We evaluated 61 fee subcategories. You don't have 61 fees, but they're categorized a little differently in the database, and they're broken down into residential and non-residential, which we looked at. We evaluated the cost to provide these services compared to estimated revenue. And when we looked at that, only 8 of those 61 had an average revenue generation that covered the estimated cost to provide services. So the vast majority, 53 of those 61, had less revenue than the estimated cost. So we're charging less than it costs to provide the services, basically, for the vast majority of what happened. That is detailed in the attachment that's provided to the memorandum. You have what shows those findings in terms of the cost to provide versus how much we're actually collecting in revenue at the city. We then went on to calibrate the fees, where there's another attachment. The last attachment has the fee structure in it. It shows the existing and the proposed fees that are to be that cover the cost of the division, and the effective fee recommendation is approximately 48% higher than normal, but those fee levels adjust differently for different fee categories, mainly based on the value to provide the services. We were trying to only charge what it costs to provide the services as much as we could, so as to be, objectively charging people fees. The one exception to that is the reinspection fees, which by state statute require you to charge 4 times the amount of the original fee as the second, reinspection fee. And so you see those are pretty high there at the end of the list, but those are mandated by state statute that we do that in that way. So after doing the revenue model, we went and forecasted all of the new fee structure, put that back into the revenue model to guesstimate and estimate what we're going to produce over the next 5 years under that regime. And I say the word guesstimate because there was a little bit of uncertainty about consolidating and how that affected the revenue. But we then went back and did some further scenarios that helped us ensure that that was a good assumption. So we feel good about the revenue model production, and with the increases included in this memorandum and this recommendation, you still have some years of negative fund balance at the end of the year, but you're able to grow the fund balance to positive and have a reserve of over $200,000 by 2028 under this new regime, which gives you a little bit of wiggle room to do things like make another equipment purchase or invest in buildings or what have you, above and beyond the normal operational costs. So the consolidation of fees are shown in the table attachment. That's the last thing in the memorandum. We made a determination to transition from unit or fixture-based fees to fees based on contract values for several of the fees, and that is particularly true of all the trades. We were charging by circuit or by sprinkler head and that sort of thing, but we've transitioned those fees now to be based on the value of the contract, which is a normalization that I think helps with some of the confusion about the fees, but also about fairness about how they get applied. And this will improve the fee schedule and the ability to use it. Right now, it's a little bit cumbersome and confusing, and the consolidation will help with that, both on the customer side, but also the staff side and in administering it. So we'll have some streamlining that goes on, making it easier to track and report what's going on. So our recommendation is to set the fees to ensure that they're adequate for resources for the next 5 years, to build a modest fund balance of greater than 10% of annual labor and operating costs, which you have shown in the table that I showed a minute ago, and to raise review, permit, and inspection fees according to the proposed schedule. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you again, Alan. Before I turn it over, if we want to take the words of our awesome CFO, if we can do an approval of schedules and then get into the fees if we have a lot of the fee discussion, but we'll see where it goes first. Councilman Bagby.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple points, I guess. If you pull up your facts and assumptions slide, which is the one, it's about the third or fourth one in. It's the one that says, why is this decision needed now? I agree with every one of those points except the anticipation of permit activity going down in the short run. So the Fed funds rate is going to drop 2 days from now. Okay, people will be able to access, depending on how much they drop it, lower mortgages, financing, people who have been priced out of it. We still have an insurance issue, and I understand that. I'm just, what drives your assumption that permit activity will go down in the short run?
If I could give you a long, complicated answer, but the short one is that the COVID era, the years that we had forecasted from, it included 2022, 23, and 24, and half of 24. And those were sort of relatively high years, much higher than average. Of that chart I showed you with back to 2001, I think 8 of those years were below 2023, 4 were above, and 2 were about the same in terms of actual permits that were issued. And so just that alone is like, can we keep up this pace that really there was a COVID deferral in permits, and you saw sort of a heaping up of activity that occurred in 21, 22 in particular, and to some extent 23 and 24. But we're working through like a COVID backlog. So those years in the model were higher, and they were higher than any of the previous actuals in terms of revenue generation. So those 2 things alone, irrespective of any sort of macroeconomic forces that I could also talk about,
I would say the
like
state would
that's why.
disagree with you.
Yeah.
There's probably, 1,100 people moving to the state of Florida every day. They're still moving here, okay? They're not slowing down. And, I'm sure the governor will tell you it's because we have the free state of Florida, and other people will tell you it's because we have great weather, and other people tell you it's because we have great schools, depending on where your ox is what you're promoting. But I just totally disagree with that assumption, particularly if capital becomes more accessible for folks to buy. We have some of the best schools in the state, which are some of the best schools in the country. People will move here for that. We're picking up military missions over at Hurlburt and Eglin. So, I'm just trying to figure out micro, macro, what drives that assumption? Because that assumption drives a lot of your calculations on, oh, hey, it's going to go down, so the revenue for the permits is going to go down. And I think you're wrong. I'll just be, and I may be wrong, and a year from now, we'll know. But the forces that I see affecting the growth of this area and the growth of the state are not diminishing. They are actually increasing. And so, which is why we have all these dang apartments out here right now. Having said that, I agree philosophically that everybody ought to carry their own weight. So the building department, they ought to charge whatever it costs them to do their service, to provide their services. I'm about subsidizing parks and recreation, the community center, things like that, access to the beach or access to the harbor. But the building department, dude, you gotta pull your own weight. So I, in theory, agree. Your underlying assumption is driving a lot of your calculations, and I disagree with that assumption. So that's all I'll say right now, because I'm looking at some of the costs that you're showing here.
Mr. Bagby? Yeah. That one assumption that you don't agree with, the others you said you did. If it is wrong, the cost of issuing the permits are still going to be more than what we bring in because we don't charge enough, right? So if you're right, we're still going to have a problem, right?
No, because it's dependent upon the permit. The permit, 8 of them pay their own way currently, right?
Who's
Isn't that what your slide says? 8 of the processes are paying their own way?
Yeah, 8 of the 61.
Okay, 8 of the 61 are paying their own way.
8 of the 61.
Yeah, but if those are the 8 that 90%.
But it's
of the ones
possible
that
if you're right,
Yeah.
and the numbers, we're still going to be at a deficit because it costs more than, you right? I mean,
And I agree, except we have to look and see what those 8 are and how much more they're generating than is neat. Did you lower the cost of those 8 inspections or permits?
The most impactful one is the admin fee, and because everybody walks in the door and pays it.
Right.
The administrative fee.
Yeah, because
So
our online is not good right now.
that by far raises the most revenue and is the most impactful decision about what the fee is. We tried to keep that right kind of near where the average was at 45. The rest of them are like not even in second place according to, because there's so many of them now, they get spread. So it's really hard to say like these are the 5 difference makers other than the admin fee. They're not all the same, but they're very much lower. So tweaking the other numbers will only get you so far, I think, in terms of lowering the raise or messing with the revenue part of it.
Yeah, and I like the way that you didn't do a 20% increase across the board, so like in pools, if it's a new commercial pool, it's 100% increase. Basically, you doubled the price. If it's a pool renovation, residential or commercial, it's a 200% increase. And if it's a new residential pool, it's a 264% increase. Okay, I'm going back to our previous discussion a half hour ago. I would raise it on the commercial more than I would on the residential, but that going through the where you're raising it, I might have some disagreement with those, but I get Kevin's point, but it's where you're raising that money that counts. And if you think you're going to have fewer permits, then everybody's going to. I don't want the building department to be a revenue stream. There are things that I believe ought to be revenue streams, short-term rentals, other things, but the building department should pay its own way, not pay for the Christmas party and pay for all this other stuff. So that's what I want us to be careful about, because I just think that one assumption skews some of this data. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that the city council approve the proposed building permit fee structure and bring back the fee schedule at the November meeting with the mobility fee schedule.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussions? All right, seeing none, call the vote. All right, ayes have it, 6-1. And then I guess with that, for the sake of giving them any marching orders or clarity, is there anything in the structure that we would like to talk about on the dais while we are all up here and able to talk about it?
All right, seeing none? I know, well, you know what? With the approval of the fees coming now on the 4th, I wanted to hear if there was anything up here that we would like to see on the 4th so we could get a passing vote. And I don't see anything, so we'll move on. Thank you, Noel. Thank you so much.
Just a quick check with everybody. It's 8 o'clock.
Do we need a-
Do you need a short break before we start the SRS presentation, or shall we continue on?
Yeah, that's probably
Looks like
best.
we're
Another
requesting a,
breakfast.
looks like someone needs a 5-minute break here.
Yeah, so we'll call a 5-minute break. All right, with the quorum, I'm going to call this city council meeting back to order. All right, Ms. Crystal Strickland.
Okay, so as you can see, if you look up on your on the monitors, you're going to see our team from SRS, and they're here to present the City Center Master Plan update and to look for council guidance on how to move forward to move on to the completed and final report. So go ahead, Meryl.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for having us join you virtually. We really appreciate it, and we'd like to share with you all a update of the town master plan and where we are with things, so that you kind of get an understanding of kind of all the collective information that we've gathered, both from the council itself, from the community, from your staff, to make sure that we're headed in a good direction and get your feedback and input. Gianna, are you going to be able to share the screen? Okay, so one update that we wanted to share, because we've received quite a bit of information more specifically to the Harbor One site. The Harbor One site is obviously tied to the bridge. We know that there is some potential encroachment that may be coming. So what we've done is a simple concept right now, so that we can get a little bit of parking and some safe access way down to the water frontage. So we have a couple parking spaces up on the east side, if you will, and then has ADA accessible sidewalk that can come down, and it's tiered as you go down, and a small platform strictly for really small little engagements, little ceremonies, little things, not necessarily like an amphitheater, kind of at the base and adjacent to the big magnolia tree. We know that the red line is potentially where the Marla Bridge could end up going to, so we're going to try to make most of our improvements north of that, just to provide a nice amenity to the community. Obviously, we need to readdress the boardwalk, and the seawall itself is not in great shape. We've got some picnic shelters there so folks can enjoy the sunset, and some hammock kind of benches. And then ultimately, as that seawall gets replaced, it'll come underneath the bridge itself and connect you over to the Harbor District, so that we propose a nice little clean project that helps us engage that site, clean it up, and make it a useful, functional space to relax, and also get to enjoy the Destin sunsets. Next was a slide that we've gathered that we'd overlaid some information on related to our kind of goal of kind of unifying some of the pieces and elements that are strung throughout the western end, if you will, as far as city-owned properties and parcels, and how we can find ways to connect them. What you're seeing, we've also added the bus routes and some of the SunTrail components that are being added, and the multimodal ways to get around the site. So our goal is to try to find ways that we can try to unify these sites, so that this truly becomes a hub, if you will, for activities along the harbor, which is the core of your original Destin and the harbor site. So we want to make sure that we find ways to bring those together and unify them. When we look at the site at what we call the gateway, which is that western end, which is where the community center is today, we looked at a couple different options as far as doing so, and one of them would be to consider to bring City Hall to that site. And Gianna, if you don't mind, let's go to the next one, because I think it helps explain this backstory a little bit better, so that everybody's on the same page. So when we looked at the Morgan Sports site, obviously we need to keep the programs running at the community center simultaneously as something gets built. We heard a lot of feedback about the community center needs, and trying to find ways to make it more convenient, more accessible, and obviously an improved facility that can serve, the family that has multiple children of multiple ages participating in indoor and outdoor recreational amenities. So in both of these options, A and B, we're showing the community center coming to the Morgan Sports site. The Morgan Sports site position that we're showing it in is basically pretty much where City Hall is today. what we do is replace that, find some temporary locations for City Hall while we build this, and this way we can keep the programs going on over at the community center where it is today, build this, and then transition over to this site. We're looking at this site as an opportunity to try to fix a few things that are related to it. The community center, we want to put on the city-owned parcels of land and do some development work that are also part of that, so that outside that community center, perhaps there could be an outdoor fitness area, butterfly gardens, some trails, and kind of a softer landscaped approach to the site. Where the disc golf is today, we would consider introducing a skate park and bringing more amenities to the Morgan site. We'd add some outdoor courts that you don't necessarily have today. It's heavy on the fields, not on the courts. There's a new playground that's coming that's in purple on the site. We're going to improve the parking and create connectivity, because now there's a little bit of a disconnect where the parking is around the city hall and the parking is around the fields, but there is not that thoroughfare of connectivity between them. We'd introduce potentially an area that folks could hook up for food trucks that could roll in along the Morgan site. And then we'd really want to focus our attention on crossing commons so that you can safely be there. And by providing pedestrian crosswalks, we would make it a much safer experience by bringing folks safely from side to side and really gesturing to slowing down traffic and that there's people trying to cross, because we know that when there is baseball going on in the softball tournaments, that traffic does overflow and they need places to go. In both of these schemes, option A and option B, they're very similar. The difference is that we took a look at placing City Hall potentially at the Morgan Sports site, or where the City Hall Annex is today, build it where the dog park is, have a plaza and parking that will serve City Hall and the pickleball courts, and also create that overflow for when you have those weekends that are really busting at the seams as far as parking. We also have a connector road that will connect our new parking lot at City Hall over to the Public Works, and again, creating this trailway, thank you, Jana, of systems that are connecting the pieces of the puzzle together, so there is a much more improved flow from one side to the other. Option A would be they move it all to one location and kind of create that hub of city presence in one area. There's a beauty to that, and the fact that you've not only got programmatically the bulk of the heavily programmed Parks and Recs programs all together on one site. Mom, dad, grandma can bring the kids over that need dropped off to take karate inside and baseball outside, and kind of have that common thread. We've introduced some amenities that mom, dad, or grandma can do on their own also, as far as walking the dog, an outdoor fitness area, and try to create that multi-generational approach to the activities. Option B is saying City Hall would not come to this site, and we'd try to find another home for that. So that would be the only difference. And what we would do is instead of A, where we actually didn't do the butterfly garden and trails below the fitness area, the small dogs and large dogs that are currently on the annex site would transition to here. If City Hall does not come to the site, then we'd leave the dogs over on the lot on the annex site, and then bring in a little bit more of a landscaped environment with the butterfly gardens and trails. So now go back to, to the Gateway site. The Gateway site, what we started to look at is, all right, so if City Hall was not at Morgan Sports and we brought it to where the community center is today, we do have either way the opportunity to really take advantage of the topography of the site, and create a parking structure on the low side that would actually kind of bring up the elevation to where we are on the high side, which is where the community center's parking lot is today, thus helping to address some of the parking commentary as far as folks coming to the harbor area for events, folks coming to McGuire's and overflow, that there would be, and if there is an event at City Hall, we could have more parking there, and it gives us some flexibility. We're proposing to place City Hall on the high side where the community center is today, leave the police department where it is today, and leave the Destin, and this is at option B, leave the Destin History and Fishing Museum where it is today on option B. If option is that City Hall goes over to Morgan Sports, option A looks at what we could be done with that site. What's interesting is that, the harbor is the core of where the history of Destin is, and that there already is established certain building structures that are tied to the history of Destin. And we felt it might be interesting to take a look at creating on the site of where the community center is what we call the Founder Fishing Village, which would be kind of connecting the dots between the history museum that is there and the original post office building, the police station, which was the original fire station. We already have some historic references to Old Destin and how things used to be on the site. And could we really find and create a venue that was a series of buildings and structures that could potentially house the fishing museum on its site, but also be an event space so when you have the rodeo, when you have an arts and crafts festival, the parking can be used, the activities could spill over onto this site, and we create a fun and engaging environment that all the community can enjoy, and so that it is very much more of an event-based kind of space when it's not really kind of pulling at the heartstrings of that historic elements of Destin and trying to harken it back. So it would be a smaller scale, really engaging and friendly place to be. Kind of bring some of the elements of the historic museum over to this side of the street and really be a fun and engaging place for the community to gather and then to learn and bring you back to the core of where Destin grew from. And that was some of the historic imagery that we pulled. The third site that we took a look at was the public site. It's a little bit of a different scenario there. Publix has obviously a field of parking in front of it, and they would preferentially, they'd prefer to keep as much of that there. So our site, would technically be pushed over to the west site where we could engage. Also, there's, a tie to a developer that would like to bring some residential to there and try to create a town center concept on the site. The challenge that we're looking at is that City Hall wants to be about 30,000 square feet. We're showing a footprint that kind of represents that, although that parts of those volumes would need to be a two-story. But on the site for City Hall to come here and not overlap onto the public site's parking, we would need to create parking structures both for City Hall and parking structures for a residential component. There's many, and then introduce a park, because we heard that over and over in the surveys that we collected from everyone and the live data, that they really want to make sure that whatever we provide has the right amenities that kind of bring more green space, more open space, more places to rest and relax. The other element that the Publix has identified is that they do not want us to bring more retail to this area, which is kind of a little bit in direct conflict with, contrast to where you want to be related to that whole town center concept with live, work, play, shop, do all those things together. So we're ending up creating some of the elements by nature of this site, and then having kind of the Publix, which would be the retail, which isn't going to bring that vibe of engagement and really kind of having you live and work there. So we've looked at that as an option, but the more that we, at least from a planning standpoint, look at it, find that there's some challenges to doing so. There's an expense to the parking structures. Obviously, the developer wants to try to get development as much as he can on his site, and we're feeling like it's not a right fit, at least from our perspective. The access to the site is primarily off of Harbor and coming in that median entry point. So you're going to see Publix first, no matter which way you come, and even with coming on Main. And it feels we're not having the ability to really create that dynamic that we would want in a town center concept at this site. Jano, I think that's all the slides we have, right?
Yeah, the only thing that I would add regarding the public site is, keep in mind that the developer has communicated to us that they're not interested in doing townhouse type of units. They want apartments. And right now, at 30,000 square feet for City Hall, we're looking at a parking count of roughly 240 parking spaces. So at roughly $37,500 a parking space, you're probably looking at a $9 million expense only to build the parking garage for the City Hall. And the only real purpose that that is serving in terms of the developer is that is satisfying their 20% of their requirement to bring non-residential uses. But in the light of having a line in the sand where they don't want us to touch any parking for Publix in terms of utilization or design, and they don't want us to bring any retail, then the question becomes, is it really worth spending the $9 million on the parking garage alone, plus the expenses of building out the City Hall, whereas that money could probably be better invested in one of the other scenarios where you get a much more campus-like feel, a much more civic-type feel, where you have complementary uses and efficiencies of city functions all in one location. Just wanted to put that out there. So we'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the presentation. It might be a little late, but I just got pretty pumped up just looking at some of these slides other than that last one. Start knocking on some lobbyist doors for Publix then, I guess. All right, council, any direction? What do we need? What do you need from us? Where can we go with our long-winded sentences from all of us up here that could benefit you guys as we move forward with this project? What are you guys looking for from us? Just a direction of what we're liking, not liking?
Yeah, so that's exactly what we're looking for, because at this point we've been doing these kind of iterative process of refinement. Really refine it further and start to represent it a little bit more graphically, a little bit more visually, so you're going to get a sense of the aesthetic, the vibe, the feel as far as the direction, so that you all have a great plan that you can start to implement and execute.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, so just from my perspective, the Publix option is dead in my mind. I can't support putting anything there. I'm not going to pay that much to build a parking garage when the three places we need to build a parking garage we identified 20 years ago, and it was not at the Publix parking area. And they would make us do that because the Publix down in South Walton at Grand Boulevard, they have guards out there when they have events on the big open space like the South Walton Food and Wine Festival. They have guards guarding their parking spaces so that their customers can get in to shop at Publix, as opposed to find a place to park to go to the event. I was not originally in favor of the City Hall being over here, but I think I am. Have the group that I went to with, I was in, when y'all had all the slides up, I was talking to everybody, and it was like, they convinced me that City Hall ought to be here. You can do something like y'all do, I guess, in option
A of the gateway.
Of the gateway. You can do something there, and you can have it part of the festive marketplace or whatever you want to call it. But in their minds, the center of the, City Hall, the community center, all that would be better suited here. There's more space, and so after talking to him, I was like, well, you might be right, because I've always leaned toward the community center area. There's just not the space up there to do what we need to do unless we put it on top of a parking garage. No, I mean, there's just not the space to do that, or you build flyovers over Stallman or whatever, where you have, you can access the fishing museum. So that might be the cultural center of the city, but the legislative center of the city, in my mind, probably be out in this area where we have the space that we already own that we can build. But that's just my thoughts.
All right, Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, I'll just add my 2 cents that I would love to have you continue this next step to go with the option A over here at Morgan Sports Complex on your slide, and also go with an iteration of option A at the Gateway site as well. That's what I would love to see at the next phase.
Yeah, one more thing. I need a better understanding of what that village looks like up at the community center, because my idea of what it looks like is probably radically different than yours or anybody else's up here. So I kind of need to know what option A at the Gateway looks like, renderings or something like that.
And that's our intention. Yeah.
That'll be part of our next step.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. I tend to agree that City Hall needs to stay out here. And after the presentation, I came to the conclusion that in order to enhance our recreational activities, we need to have additional community center structure, whatever, something that would complement what we have over on the old part of town out here. I don't think we've accomplished much by moving one out here and closing it down. As I drove to my presentation with this group the other day, I saw 3 kids going down the sidewalk bouncing their basketballs headed for the community center. I don't think they can bounce their basketballs out from there to out here, so we don't need to get rid of that. We need to add out here a new facility that can add to the capacity and the ability and give us more recreational capacities, not replace one with the other. So, I would be in favor of trying to put our additional community center or another facility out here, and I'll leave the old one there and continue to use it. Now, the only problem I have with all of this is a very good rough estimate of what this might cost would be $50 to $100 million. Now we're about to borrow $25 million. I don't know if we can borrow another 50 to 100. So these plans are all very nice, and they may come to fruition a very long time from now unless we do the little things such as building a community center or a recreational center out here, leave City Hall out here, and do what we can do on the other end of the town. Like Jim, I like the concept of doing something with the Harbor One. We need to see some more details and see what we can do over there with the properties that we own, and there are a couple others that we could acquire. But City Hall has to stay out here. We want to build additional community recreational facilities and keep the ones we have and make sure they continue to function.
All right. I don't think anyone can argue with that. Councilwoman Hebert.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say pretty much what both Kevin and Jim and Dewey said. I agree with the City Hall for the city center. Make it here, makes better sense, and leave the community center as it, where it is. And again, I also would like to see a little bit more of what the One Harbor will look like when they're done adding things, or what the big picture of that would look like. And I agree, Dewey, it might be 10, 20 years from now, but it certainly is a beautiful plan. And appreciate all the work you guys have been doing, so thank you.
All right, Councilman Stevens.
Yep, thank you. I agree with everyone else. Harbor One, I think it's the beginning steps of what we probably want. And then I also agree with Gateway site. being option one, and Morgan Sports Complex being option A, I'm sorry, and option A for Morgan Sports Complex too.
All right, anything else? Nope. All right, Councilman Guile.
Crystal, how much have we paid for this so far?
The SRS contract in total is, has a not to exceed amount of $155,000.
155,000. Thank you.
Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, the other thing, and I assume y'all heard this, but maybe you didn't. That Gateway site, that's where we celebrate Christmas. You know, our Christmas tree lighting every year is up there. That's where we celebrate voting, okay, some of our community service or whatever. And some of those functions, personally, I would like to see or have the ability for those to stay there. So that the western end of the town and the northwest end of the town, you know, what some people refer to as Old Destin, have that ability to celebrate, even though I know, you know, Kyron, I don't know how many more Christmases he has, but he'll talk to us about the kids in the post office and everybody getting the presents and everything, and I love that story. And Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus being there. That is a part of our community, and I wouldn't want to see it moved out here because it wouldn't be the same out here. It wouldn't have the same meaning or the same purpose. So when you're ruminating on designs and uses and all these other things out there at the community center, I would kind of tend toward what Mr. Destin was saying is keep something there where kids can bounce their basketballs to and play, maybe even a pickleball court, who knows?
All right, any further discussions? Councilman King? Nothing else? All right.
Thank you.
All right, anything else that you need from us?
Nope. We'll go on to the next steps and we will provide you some more tangible imagery so that you can see, kind of get the feel, the vibe, the aesthetics of each location. And then also we will start to tag on some of the logistical conversations and then also some budgeting numbers with obviously not knowing exactly when the timing will be. So we'll have to build in some cushioning to allow for, cost escalation that may occur, but it gives you a great roadmap to start to implement certain pieces and parts of it, that are the lower hanging fruit earlier. And then as you guys can strategize about how you accomplish the bigger pieces in the puzzles, but have all the information in front of you to do so.
Perfect. And Councilman Schmidt, you said you had something else?
I'm very big on trying not to waste people's time. And so for the sake of what might happen the next time you guys come, based on what you just heard tonight, are we going to see a charade with or without a community center on the west side of Destin?
You're going to see a solution that doesn't show the community center on the west side any longer.
Gotcha. Okay.
You're helping us kind of define it and kind of rein in the scope so that what we're starting to say, this is, the direction we prefer to head.
Sounds good. And I do agree Mr. Bagby's sentiments about the memories over there. And I spent a lot of those nights with Mr. Kyron and Jacob's Ladder. I think sings every Christmas. And I will say, though, that we do that in the parking lot under the not Christmas tree. But we could still do that with whatever they create over there because it's on the west side, Old Town Destin. So I love that, keeping those memories for sure.
All right.
And I think that's really our goal, is to keep that history alive over on that side in a way that is still a communal experience for the community, to bring them together for the rodeos, for the festivals, for the events, for the Christmas tree, for all those types of events. Create a place that not only does that for the community, but also celebrates the history of Destin and shares the message with the folks that come to visit.
All right, Councilman Destin?
Just a question after listening to the comments from the council. How do we come to the conclusion that a community center is not going to be located on the west side of Destin, because my interpretation of what we heard tonight probably would not support that.
I got a
conclusion.
4-2. 4-2.
In what manner?
AA, option A on both.
We also modified saying that we thought another one should be out here.
Yeah.
Well, it'll eventually come to a real vote, and we'll see how it goes.
Right now, I have a guy all abstaining. I didn't get his options, but I was taking notes on who's got what.
Well, I'll let you know my option, cancel the contract, save the money, and use it somewhere we can actually utilize it.
I got that note correct. I said hates how much we're spending. Anything else for the good of the order on this topic? All right, we will have that grenade show later then. All right, up next.
Thank you so much.
Everyone.
Thank you, Jono and Meryl, and good night.
Good night.
Okay, Council, the next item on the agenda is a schedule of all fee reviews and enhancements. So this is in your packet, so you can look at the fees that we're looking at currently and the dates that we plan to bring them back for council reviews. And if there are no questions on this, for the sake of time, I'd like to keep on moving forward.
Yep, I don't see anything. Yep.
All right, the next item, 4E, is the 222 Sibbert Avenue discussion, and I'm going to allow our city council to take the lead on this item.
All righty. Does
So-
anyone have a jumping off? Oh,
Do you,
I'm sorry.
I think she meant city attorney.
I was like, all right, I'm gonna juggle this one.
Okay, so this one was requested by a council member who wanted to see it on the agenda and discuss options, which was Councilmember Schmidt. So we put together some options. As most of you know, this property has had a history of code violations, including accumulation of trash and debris on the property and public nuisance, and depreciation of property values, injurious to public health, and deemed inconsistent with a residential neighborhood overall. So back in 2019, it went through the code enforcement process. A code enforcement lien was recorded against the property. It's been accruing at $50 a day ever since. It's approaching $100,000. I think it's around $95,000. Crystal would be able to get us an exact number, but it's in that ballpark. And so at this point, we have some options for council to consider. The first option is kind of what we do generally, which is we don't take any extremely proactive approach once the lien is already in place. We wait until the property changes hands, and then it usually gets paid off when there's a title search or when someone comes in with a lien reduction request. However, if we wanted to be more aggressive than that, we could potentially look at foreclosing real property for the lien. This particular property is homestead, so we cannot foreclose it, but adjacent to it, owned by the same property owner, is a vacant piece of real property that we could foreclose on, as it is not homesteaded. And when you file a code enforcement lien under state law, it attaches to all of your property in the county, so that's another option. Yet another option, and you'll see this broadly on Monday night at our LDC rewrite workshop, is to pass a nuisance abatement ordinance. In that Article 1, you will see some authorizing language to do that. It doesn't go through a whole detailed process, but it does provide a broad authorization for it. And finally, another option you have is to seek injunctive relief in court. That's probably the most expensive option because it would likely result in a trial. But I've laid out kind of some of the thoughts, and if you have questions about one or more of them, happy to discuss it.
All right, Councilwoman Hebert, up first.
So have we reached out to any family that are attached to this one individual that lives there that we understand is, you know, part of the history of Destin kind of family, lost his job, like kind of lives off of the property stuff that
I
he
don't know
accumulates?
if Steve can speak for Troy, and I don't know why Troy's not here, but Steve, do you have this information on past conversations? Okay. I am aware that Code Compliance had conversations. I do not know the details of those right now, so if we have to have that conversation at another meeting, that's fine, but I don't know.
But the other option that we could go ahead and foreclose on the adjacent property that is not homesteaded, would that then maybe force the issue a little bit more? Because as of right now, it seems like he doesn't care that there's an accumulation every day on this property because he doesn't plan to sell it. He just plans to live there till he passes.
I can't speak for what he's thinking, but certainly if we were to start foreclosure proceedings, he would have to start thinking about it. I can say Captain Fulgham's here, and I do know that there was a time that the sheriff's office actually went down there and had some conversations with him. So maybe in the absence of Troy, I don't know if you had any input.
We didn't speak to any other family members. What we did was went down there and gave him a warning that if any of the debris that he's got at the house left his property onto the city right-of-way, that we could issue him a citation for littering, which escalates based on the pounds of litter that you have there, from anywhere from a fine to an actual misdemeanor. He cleaned up, he moved it back off the right-of-way, and sometimes it'll spill back over on the right-of-way. We have not issued him a citation yet, but we'll be more than willing to do that if we go down there and find it on the right-of-way.
Well, to continue, my question is, if you drive by there, I drove by there before the meeting this evening, all of his vehicles, he's got 2 trucks now that are loaded. They kind of remind you of like when the Grinch was loaded up with all the stolen stuff. I don't know how he drives it. And it's also got more debris on the driver's side facing the street. So it's like, is that not all right away on this side of the fence that he put up?
There's a portion of the property, I'd have to go down there and look at it to say what was right-of-way and not. It's very possible that there's a portion of the right-of-way, or that there's a portion between the right-of-way and his fence. He wouldn't have his fence built right up against city right-of-way. Normally, the easiest way you can look is if there's telephone poles there or utilities there, they'll be on the right-of-way, and just to the property side of that will be the private property.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilman Guile.
Mine's going to be another question. So I'm looking at the property and the property adjacent, and I don't see how you'd get an easement to the back of that property through his property if you did try to sell it. Is there an option where we could say, us invest $15,000, clear the back lot, fence it, have him move all his crap to the back where it's out of sight, and then we recoup that whenever we foreclose on that property in the future?
I mean, obviously, it's his private property, so we can't just do that. However,
I mean, just
we could
offer
have
that
those
option.
conversations with him and try to get that kind of a voluntary deal worked out and ask him. I mean, I have no idea what he plans to do with that property back there, if anything, and how he would feel about that, having never had a conversation about that with him.
I'm
But
just
we could.
thinking options,
Mhm.
just something that would allow us to get the unsightly stuff out of sight, still be able to look at it as an investment, because we know at one point we're going to recoup all those funds.
So if council wanted us to discuss something like that with the property owner, we'd be happy to.
Like, would anybody else agree to that if I made the motion? I'll make the motion.
Okay.
Reach out to him, see if he'll do it.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Further discussion on that? I got Councilman Schmidt. Do you want to speak on to this, or vote and come back to this? I mean, if you like. We have a lot of options on the table right now, so. Okay. All right, anyone else want to speak to the motion? All right, seeing none. We got Councilman Bagley.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I understand the motion. We're going to spend, what, not to exceed $15,000 to go in and clean up this guy's yard?
My understanding was, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Guile, but it was to spend $15,000 to clear the vacant property so that he would, and then assist him with moving his belongings to that property. Is
To
that
the
right?
back where it's out of sight, correct. Not cleaning up his,
No, not cleaning up the mess,
but
clearing the vacant property.
that we would have no easement to or access even if we foreclosed on it. Or I don't see a viable easement. Based off the Okaloosa County Property Appraiser website.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the map.
How do I do this?
And I see there's a house, whoops, right behind that, right? At 293 Stallman Avenue. And there's a house beside that at 220 Seibert Avenue, you know? And so there are people that would, even if we cleaned off that lot, that would still be, would see all that junk. I mean,
Yeah.
you wouldn't see it going down Seibert, I'll grant you that. I'm just,
I did say privacy fence as well, I think, in the original discussion.
Hey,
okay.
it's not just seeing it too. I mean, he's out there, every time I drive by there at night, he's out there with an angle grinder cutting this stuff up to fit it in the back of that truck.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's loud.
Yeah. I'm more of, I mean, I'll let you call the motion, but I'm more of the opinion that we do the nuisance and,
Yeah,
you know, just
save our money.
go collect the stuff up, you know, give him time, give him his warning. And if we have to, go collect it up. Since we're going to be helping him move it anyway, we might as well move it off and charge him whatever it calls hauling company to haul it off whenever he sells the land. And then, you know, because I don't think he would want us to haul it off, but if we help him move it to the back, he probably would.
He'll bring it all back
Yeah,
out.
yeah, he'll bring it all back out to the front and start grinding again, so, yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's our land whenever we foreclose on it.
That wasn't part of the motion.
Councilman
That's
Destin?
what I'm confused.
All right, Councilman Destin?
Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna accomplish by moving it to the back of the lot, then we're making a nuisance for the folks that are back there. And as Johnny's observed, he's working on it every night out there. I see no reason why he would stop working in the most convenient place that it is to work, which is right in front of his house. That doesn't seem like a solution to me.
Councilman Stevens, do you have anything on this? Or do you want to wait
I
until the motion?
was gonna say, I mean, with the current motion, I almost feel like maybe we should just make a substitute motion to direct the city manager to talk to him and see if he could remedy all the stuff in front within 7 days. Otherwise, then we proceed and try to go after that property behind the house.
All right, official sub? All right, do I have a second on Councilman Stevens?
Just for clarity, when you say go after it, you mean to foreclose?
Correct, foreclose, sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, I have a substitute motion.
Does the substitute include us building the privacy fence and moving all the stuff in the front yard to the backyard after we foreclose? So we're going to foreclose on that, and we're going to leave all the stuff in the front yard?
He's saying we give them 7 days to clean up, have the city manager have some conversations, and if that doesn't happen, start preparing the foreclosure complaint for filing. Of course, I could come back to council after the city manager discussions with an update first if you want, but if you put it in the motion now, at least the property owner will know which direction you're headed.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't understand, because the problem is all the stuff in the front yard and him working on the stuff in the front yard, right? If we foreclose on the back, that's, so what? He's already got a lien against, you know, not a lien, but we've already got the judgment against him for $50 a day for how many ever days we've been.
Unless he comes into compliance under the threat of the foreclosure, which is hopefully what would occur for the threat of losing property.
Property as well. It's a crappy property.
Point, if it doesn't bother him to lose the property, nothing will change.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, just a couple quick comments, if you don't mind. If we foreclose on the lien and are successful, we are then, what, by law, required to get access to that parcel?
Yeah, we would have to get access to the parcel.
So while Mr. Gile, like you were pointing out, thank you for, we would find access.
Yeah.
By law, we would get
We
access
would
back
be
then.
entitled to have access to the property. Any property owner would be entitled to have access.
And then, I mean, I like where we're going, with what Mr. Stevens is saying, but I would also, whether it's a consensus or if you needed a motion, because I don't think we can direct the sheriff's department to do anything, but it's in the right of way. So I would say at the same time, have the sheriff's department drive by and do their citation if it's in the right of way.
And
do
another-
that tonight or tomorrow, because we have a contract with the sheriff's department, and let's knock that out while we're at it. One more thing.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but waste management could also go into the right-of-way and clear it, similar to what we've done on other properties with junk, and then we would bill them. Again, though, coming to get the collection of it, we're going to probably end up with another lien on the property. That's why it's a little bit circular.
My whole point about even bringing this up was I know Mr. Destin and Ms. Hebert has spoken in recent times about abatement ordinances and trash and longstanding properties and whatever, and so I think we need to try to take every effort, because we've gone after people for much less than this, and I hear a lot of complaints from neighbors and the surrounding people about it. So again, I would take the sheriff's department, take their step, because that's no charge to us, and then do the next steps that we're already proposing Mr. Stevens' motion.
And can I add to that also, Kevin? The reason why I wanted to make sure this was public and this was, at a meeting is we need to know the family that is going to ultimately, whenever this guy leaves and heads to heaven or wherever, somebody's going to come in here and say, hey, we didn't know it was $180,000 and occurring $50 a day. We want a waiver. We want the family to care, to get involved, because this has gone on for years, and the family has seen this go on for years. And it's sad they don't care the effect that it has had on every neighbor on that street, across the street, and builders and anyone new into the area drives by that. It's sad. It's just sad.
You're under the impression that this guy cares what his family thinks. And
No,
that's not
his family
the
cares.
case.
I'm looking at the family, don't come in here in a couple years, say, hey, we want this waived. I want it clear that if they don't do something, don't come in here in a couple years whenever your foreclosure kicks in and we own your property, that you want to waive the fees, because it's not fair. It's not fair that we've had to deal with this for years now.
Councilman Destin, then Guile.
I was just going to point out, we're trying to get him to clean it up. I don't know if 7 days is enough time to do it.
7 months.
Yeah, he needs to agree to clean it up, and 7 days might be too short a time period, but do we have the ability, I guess, if he actually starts working on it, we could abate that out a little bit?
Yeah, it's something, if we believe someone's working in good faith towards compliance, we have frequently worked with them, and if additional time is warranted, we have done that.
Yeah, the other point I would make is that if the liens we have against the property are worth several times more than the property is, you're not going to have a lot of people buying unless we lower it. So we'll see how that goes.
All right, Councilman Guile.
To a point that was made earlier, yes, legally we get an easement, but you don't make money off that property till you sell it, right? When we own it, we don't. Can you imagine the easement coming through that front yard and you trying to sell the property when you've got the metal
You put a
garden?
blindfold on them and then you reveal the house.
Or that makes it a better purchase price for us.
It's not something, if I was taking my wife or kid down, I'd be like, yeah, this is exactly where I want to live. Let's look at this metal garden every day.
We finally have a starter home in Destin.
Or we could sell it to the guy on the other side, and they have a bigger backyard, though. So it becomes valuable for that side. So there's options on the table. You
Kim,
never know.
to that point, while we were kidding, the value of that property would also be in our favor because of the circumstance.
So it would be, the property would, if we went the foreclosure route, the property would ultimately be sold at a public auction.
Okay.
And we or anybody else could purchase the property.
Gotcha.
It could be sold at a deficit or a surplus, and if it was sold at less than the lien amount, we could, then decide if we wanted to go the route of a deficiency judgment. If there's a surplus, depends if there's other lien holders on how that money's distributed, but it's not necessarily going, it's not like a
Yeah.
purchase and
We
sale
don't-
contract,
yeah, we
it's an
don't get
auction.
it. Yeah, it's an auction, okay. Councilman Bagley, it's like, and now, I thought it was like Monopoly, you know, just like you can't pay your bill, now it's mine. Captain, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hold it back.
So-
Yeah, hold up. Captain, yeah, he's voting me down.
So just to clarify, we have been monitoring that property. Deputy Graham's been going by there almost daily, and the trash debris that's on the property has been what we thought was on his property, not on the city right away, because it was all being kept back behind the telephone pole in mailbox there. We can't do anything about the stuff being in the truck. It actually would have to be on the ground for us to write the littering citation. Just looked on the property appraiser's website, and as Mr. Bagby has pointed out on numerous occasions, that's not always the most accurate thing. But the property appraiser's website is showing the city right-of-way going all the way up to his fence. I would have certainly thought that there was a setback, but apparently there's not. If that's accurate, Graham will go issue him a citation for whatever trash is on the ground outside that fence tomorrow.
Daily sounds like a great idea. Good idea, Captain.
And if the
Councilman-
car doesn't have tags that are legal, can those, be cited because it's a vehicle full of junk that can't be driven?
That's a city code violation that the code
Yeah, I thought we had
department would
code
have to take
about,
care of.
you have to have a improved surface for parking.
So I think from, again, code compliance staff isn't here, but remember, there's a lien on the property that's already approaching $100,000. So I think they feel like there's something in place. What does council want to do?
How much can you beat a dead horse?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Bagby, sorry about that.
So the access easement, who determines where that is? Because this is a landlocked parcel that we're foreclosing on. And it looks like he's got junk from property line to property line. Who says, here's where your access easement, and how big is that? Is that 10 foot wide? Is that 20 foot wide? Is there a legal standard? I mean, I don't know any of this, but I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to get back there without going on somebody else's property and, climbing their fence or whatever.
I mean, so we can get access through voluntary easements, or we can go through court. We have never had any of those conversations yet. If we're really looking to go down the route of potentially foreclosing on that property, then we can get you more information and get a surveyor to assist us with the realities of how the access would work.
Yeah.
If it's not agreed to voluntarily, it will be through the court.
And I guess for due diligence part, to Kevin's point of potentially the backyard neighbor, can we reach out to Judy here and see if she wants to be a willing buyer of this parcel to extend her backyard? I mean, her information's right here on the property appraisal website. She would be the one option we have as far as a backyard extension. Not true. No? Oh, I guess on the sides here, that's right, yeah. I'll leave the real estate stuff to the realtors. Councilman Bagman, anything else? No. All right. We do have, John, did anyone second your motion? I know, I had some notes on that. John, what was your motion?
My motion was to direct the city manager to work with the property owner to see if he can voluntarily comply within the next 7 days on the right-of-way. Otherwise, we can go forward with the foreclosure. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's what you said. I don't know if you wanted to take Councilmember Destin's comment about the 7 days not being long enough, or how you all.
Yeah, I'm okay removing that part.
Yeah, but he's substituting, so if someone.
Use a substitute, okay.
Yeah, so, all right, seconded by Councilman Schmidt. All right, we'll call the vote on the substitute motion, and we'll go back to the first if it fails. All right, ayes have it, 6-1. There you go. We're gonna make so much money subsidizing our YouTube channel.
All right.
Push your button when you say funny things.
I know. Moving right along. No, we already paid Kim enough. All right. Debt issuance.
All right, so as you all know, we pushed off the due dates for the proposals from the bankers and from the underwriters. So tonight we have just a very short presentation for you, and just so that you know how to expect the next steps. So let's see. First of all, again, the question, why borrow? And the example we have here is the Crosstown Connector. Currently, we're not able to save up funds quickly enough from the appropriate funding sources to actually do the construction. So the example here with the Crosstown Connector, if we had gotten the construction under contract back in 2017, the project would have cost closer to $4 million. Today, we're looking at an engineering opinion, a probable cost of $10 million. Next. And then when we consider borrowing, we also think about the time length of borrowing. So in the case of a roadway, do you want to do a 10-year loan or a 20-year loan? Some people might say that if you do the 10-year loan, yes, you're saving a lot of money on interest, but then you're applying all of the cost of building that roadway onto 10 years worth of residence. Whereas if you put the duration out a bit longer, it goes forward to cover all the residents who use it for the next 20 years. The next. One last little slide here about choosing duration. This is again the Crosstown Connector example. For the debt service for the Crosstown Connector build out, staff are recommending using gas tax number 2. Gas tax number 2 is highly restricted by the state. It's for comprehensive plan related roadways. So the Crosstown Connector totally fits that bill. But as you can see, the gas tax 2, it just trickles in at $200,000 to $300,000 a year. So if you look at the options that we've put out there, a 10-year loan, a 15-year loan, or a 20-year loan, the gas tax 2 is not coming in fast enough to make the full debt service on a 10 or a 15-year loan. So at the bottom you have in highlighted yellow numbers, you can see the impact on your general fund. So if you go the 20-year route, the gas tax number 2 pays the bulk of the debt service. If you go a shorter duration, you see a much larger impact on the general fund, which also affects our operations. Next slide, please. And then here is just the whole picture of all the money that we're looking to borrow and what would be the effects on the general fund. So if we went with a 10-year amortization for all the money that we're borrowing, in the early years, the impact on the general fund would be $7 to nearly $1 million a year, which is a very significant impact on our general operations. As opposed to the 20-year plan, you can see it's a very minimal impact on the general operations. Next. So here we are at the next steps. All of the data should be coming in from the banks and from the underwriters. At the end of September, I should have all of the data summarized by October 1st, and I highly encourage council members to come in to do briefings with staff between October 1st and October 7th so that you understand the implications, long-term implications on general operations as well as the total cost of these different options that will be provided to us to help you make the best decision on October 7th. All right, we're past this. Let's see, we have some informational only reports in your packet: operational financial report, capital project status report, and the TDC monthly reports. Since these are informational only, before I move on to the next piece, are there any comments by council members on any of those informational items?
See none.
All right, then we're going to move on to announcements. I'm going to start with a few announcements. These are just responses to motions that council has made over the past couple meetings. There was a a move to direct staff to install a public webcam at Joe's Bayou to make the data available on a public website. The bucket truck will be going in tomorrow to install the missing piece of hardware so that we can start live streaming the data from that Joe's Bayou camera. We'll have another update for you on October 7th. Hopefully it will be live streaming by then. There's another motion to issue the pickleball construction request for bids. That bid is out on the street. It went out on September 13th. And then we had council moved to re-advertise the request for bids for miscellaneous media and maintenance services. That one is updated and nearly ready to publish out on the street, and we're also going to do the parking fee collection system again. As you know, we did an RFP for parking fees. When we went to negotiate with that vendor, they were not able to do all of the services that council requested. So we're putting that one back out on the street again. Let's see, we have, there was a question about a development order behind McGuire's Restaurant to build a parking structure. There was the development order was approved. After McGuire's went back and did their financial feasibility study, they determined that it's not a financial feasible project to do, so that development order expired. We had a motion for the city attorney to collaborate with code compliance for educational sessions. And so those are starting on September 25th, and we plan for those to be monthly. We also had a motion to revise the city's shift differential pay policy to increase the evenings and weekends amount to not to exceed amount of $3 or more per hour. And the shift differential policy internally has been updated to reflect that, and that will become effective on October 1st, 2024. Tamara has a couple more announcements before we go on to the next. Go ahead, Tamara.
I do, thank you. We'll participate in the International Coastal Cleanup this Saturday from 8 to 10 a.m. There are numerous locations people can choose from, including at June White Decker Park. For those interested, you can register online at the city's Facebook page. There will be a joint in-house training between the Code Department, Community Development Department, and City Attorney on September 25th to assist in enhancing some of the services they're offering to our community. October 1st, there will be a City Council Forum from 6 to 8 p.m. hosted by the Chamber of Commerce and the Emerald Coast Association of Realtors. It'll take place here in the Annex, and the format will include opening and closing statements from each candidate, along with a series of questions asked from the Chamber and ECAR. The order in which the candidates answer questions will be done by blind draw, and the forum will be live streamed on the Chamber's YouTube channel. The Destin Seafood Festival begins soon, and there will be free vendor parking for those with a permit allowed on the north section of Marlar Parking and also the Zerby parking lot. For the public, there's a free shuttle pickup at the west parking lot of Morgan Sports Center, and that shuttle schedule will run Friday, September 27th through Sunday, September 29th, and specific times are located on the DestinSeafoodFestival.com website. And finally, Public Works is starting our citywide annual tree trimming program. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. All right, Councilman. Oh, yeah, we've got the other side. Public hearings. All right, Kim, take it away.
Thank you. This is second reading of Ordinance 2410 CN. An ordinance of the City of Destin of Okaloosa County, Florida, adopting the final levying of ad valorem taxes for the City of Destin for fiscal year 2025 and providing an effective date. The proposed fiscal year 2025 operating millage rate for the City of Destin is 1.6150 mils, which is more than the rollback rate of 1.4969 by 7.89%.
All right, seeing that this is a public hearing at this time, if there's anyone who would like to speak on this topic, this is your time to do so in public comments. Seeing none, I will close the public comments and entertain a motion at this time. Right now I got Councilman Bagby.
Move that council adopt ordinance 21-10-CN on second reading, adopting a proposed fiscal year 2025 millage rate of 1.6150 mils which is more than the rollback rate of 1.4969 by 7.89%.
All right. Motion by Councilman Bagby, second by Councilwoman Abear. Do I see any further discussions? Seeing none, I call the vote. All right, millage rate it is. Keeping it the same. All right, Kim.
This is second reading of ordinance 2411 CN adopting the fiscal year 2025 budget. An ordinance of the City of Destin making appropriations for certain expenditures, expenses, capital improvements, and certain indebtedness of the City of Destin, Florida for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025, and providing for an effective date.
Seeing that this is a public hearing at this time, if anyone from the public wishes to speak on this topic, this is your time to do so. Seeing a couple nodding, shaking heads, I will close the public comments and entertain a motion at this time. Councilwoman Abear. Looking for the motion.
Ordinance 2411 CN on second reading to provide for a balanced budget for fiscal year 2025.
All right, I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Stevens. Further discussion? Councilman Schmidt?
Just a few questions. The item report, it says that since the last meeting, we had a net effective budget of a $10,000 decrease, but then it also has $605,000 total proposed reductions. So are those reductions in the current budget that we just made a motion to pass?
No, sir, just the $10,000. So at the public hearing number 1, we received that request to remove $10,000 for election fees. So that was removed, and then the ad was sent off to the newspaper Friday morning, right after that public hearing number 1. On the following week, when all of staff convened, they met to review the request to bring back recommendations to reduce the operating budget by 3%. So what you have in your packet is a listing of the calculation, how we got to the 3%, which is $605,000. And there's a listing here by major governmental function, general government, code compliance, physical environment, stormwater, transportation, and so forth. You see the listings of proposed cuts that the directors have made. So the alternate, you have the primary motion in your packet, and you also have an alternate motion, which would be to adopt this budget on second reading, but to include the 3% reductions proposed by staff, which would reduce the FY 2025 budget from $65.2 million down to $64.7 million.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm going to go ahead and make a substitute motion, please. Actually, I know it's a big item, so I can just let other discussion first, and then on this first topic, and then I can come back.
Okay. Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. The proposed 3% reduction is, of course, what I would support, and the beauty of it is we're not reducing the amount of money that we are collecting or spending. We're simply moving it out of the operational budget of the city into a reserve or to a general fund. So that money is still there. And the nice thing about these budgets are they're a living document. We can change this budget next meeting if we want to. So we've got a $607,000 cushion there that we could use to reduce that bond or that bank loan in 10 or 15 years rather than 20 and save in excess of $1 million, or I'm not sure how many dollars, but a whole lot of interest. On the other hand, if it becomes obvious to us that 3% reduction in the operating budget is not going to work, that some of our departments are not going to be able to survive with a 3% reduction, we have the option to put it back in if we have to. We have the option to do a number of things. I did notice some of the reductions were could be construed to be as onerous. Well, we're going to take out the Christmas vacations and some other things that it appears to be an attempt to make it pretty onerous. But we changed those. That's all under control of the council. And so I think at least we should make an attempt to save some money, put it toward reducing the interest on that bond issue, or put it to reserves, because we were going to reduce our reserves down to a point that's pretty unacceptable. So it's not a wise thing to do. And if we can't reduce our operational budget by 3%, then there's something dramatically wrong with the operation of our city and this council's stewardship, in my opinion. So I will make the motion to institute that, adopt the budget with that 3% reduction in operations.
All right, I have a motion, seconded by Councilman Schmidt. Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, so I'll probably support the motion on the floor, the substitute motion on the floor, because I like the fact that we just didn't do a 3% across the board. We did some targeted cuts, but I do have a few questions about those cuts, just so I make sure I understand. So the $25,000 for the aquatic center. When's the last time we actually gave the aquatic center $25,000? Because I know we didn't do it for like the last 2 years, so.
No, we did it 2 years ago. So not for 2024. We gave it to them last in 2023.
Okay. All right. So that's part of it. And I understand Mr. Destin's point. How much do we have in for the assistant city manager position?
Here, Jamie's looking at the all-in cost for you.
I know that in the proposed budget, we did reduce it.
Yeah, you reduced it by 16,000, but I'm just asking, and that was, what, a 10% cut or a
Council limited that salary to 125,000.
125,000?
Yes.
Okay. So we still have it in there, but we are waiting till Lewis gets back or something to see if because it's an authorized position, still in the books, it's still funded,
Yes.
right?
We're just waiting on some direction.
Okay. All right, and we reduced the council benefits by 35,000. The Hike Vision cameras, what were they for?
Yeah, the Chinese cameras.
Chinese cameras that we have to get rid of because it's sending data back to Beijing, okay. Got it. Okay, then 86 for the deputy director in code, and then 77 for the code training officer, 3,000 for the code training, so 167,000 out of code. And of course, they're not here tonight to defend themselves. So, over the last few years, we have almost unanimously said we need to do more with code and get more code people out there. And I understand we're short now, but is that really, did the code department have any input into these cuts? And the new director of the code director, or the new boss of the code director? I'm not sure what y'all did actually with the realignment, but.
So, yeah, code's brought back under community development. And so the need for a deputy director is no longer there.
Okay, so y'all are providing the administrative oversight and overhead for that group?
Yeah, the deputy director position and all the responsibilities for that, is now under the code manager. And then the director position or director responsibilities is now under the community development director.
Okay. The one of a couple that I had probably a little issue with, the 75,000 for the engineering professional services. Okay, we don't have an engineer anymore. So I would have expected that number to possibly increase, not say, oh yeah, we're going to take 75,000 out of the engineering part of the budget What are y'all purporting to
So-
use the salary that we're not using for the city engineer?
Yeah, so when we did have a city engineer, all the engineering work was done, right? The stamping, the certifying and all that was done by the city engineer. Now that we don't have one, the 75, it was originally the continuing services was 150,000. We reduced that to 75,000. We believe that the amount of work that will be needed in the absence of a city engineer won't be above 75,000. So we reduced the overall.
And how much for an engineer to review plans and stamp those plans for some of our ongoing projects?
I think Ryan had put that together before he left. I don't have the numbers because it was in the engineering fees study that he was putting together. I don't have a solid answer for you, to be honest with you. I'm not going to sit here and try to make one up that sounds good either. So I just know that the reason why it was the continuing services or whatever that 150,000 was, we reduced it to 75 because we believe that the need to send out the projects to a certified engineer to review and stamp and certify won't exceed that 75 in the absence of a city engineer.
I will tell you, that's not many sets of plans.
It's not a ton, no.
Over the next year. And I would, I really, I won't say have heartburn. I think you need to go look at that and pull out whatever Ryan did for you and come back at the next meeting and say, you know, we probably shouldn't cut that 75,000 at this time until either A, we have a city engineer who has the ability to stamp plans, or we've gotten a bid from an engineering firm that says, yes, we'll go ongoing services contract with you or whatever. Because of all the cuts here, that's probably the top one or two, that one that I do not agree with. Because I think you will be back here probably before the end of the year saying, we need that $75,000 back. But as Mr. Desson pointed out, it's not like it's going away or not coming. It's going to be sitting there. But that's $75,000 for subtotal transportation. Was that the engineering professional services? Or
That's correct. So
Yeah,
transportation is the category where engineering services fall according to the state of Florida. That's how we all report all the way up through the state of Florida.
Okay, and then this is probably the second one. The 100K for the special events. I need a more detailed breakout. You know, as Christmas decor, we had 70,000 in the budget originally for Christmas decorations this year. Originally, we had 140, and then we cut it in half by 70. So now, are you cutting all 70,000 of the Christmas decoration? What is this actually, I just want a little detail here. Can you help me?
Yes, the special events category, which covers Christmas decor, parade giveaways, and other special holiday events such as Easter and so forth.
Right.
Traditionally, the city, if you look at the trend over the last few years, the city has spent closer to $60,000 a year. This year, the proposed budget was $208,000,
Okay.
which included $140,000, which was the quote that Lisa had to do lights, and they had it all by zone, and it was this contractor that was going to come in, use their own equipment, put it up, and pull it down and so forth. So under interim city manager Larry, he said, look at this trend of what we've normally spent. We could probably get by with $108,000 this year. We don't need $208,000. So that's where the $100,000 reduction came in special events. And yes, it's true. We as a city, we've never gone out to have private contractors come in, put up the lights and take them down and so forth. So that was also one of the ideas. Maybe we don't need to start that this year. Maybe we start that in a future year and just do what we've been doing in the past with the equipment that we have.
Okay, and then the 53.9 from the community center, there's just no specificity there. You know, you just say, hey, we're going to do, I would prefer to know what we're cutting.
It's all of these little tabs right here. It's a bunch of little things, and they total up to $54,000. But it's a lot of a detail that would have just taken up a lot more pages in your. If you'd like me to hand you this detail, I can do that.
Okay. Madam Attorney, I see that we're doing miscellaneous representation for $141,900. What miscellaneous representation is that?
That may be another law firm. We have several, so hold on. Is that the other law firms? Okay. Doesn't go to me. But we have litigation counsel, we
Right.
have special projects counsel, we have labor and employment counsel, and sometimes we may have bond counsel.
Okay, so we already have money in there for the labor attorney. We have money in there for the, oh no. See, this is the problem with going this late. We don't have money in there for the lands, but we do have money in there for the franchise attorney. And this is miscellaneous representation. So I'm just trying to figure out, because that's kind of a big number.
So it's all the litigation. I don't do this spreadsheet, Crystal does, so I need to check with her, but it's the litigation, so we have different attorneys doing litigation. I do some, Kyle does some, Bill Warner's law firm does some. They're at $85,000. Actually, they sent me an email today on one of the cases, which was authorized by counsel for up to 100, so I have to come back to you soon on that one. I was going to bring that up at the next meeting, but it's spread between about 4 law firms.
But I guess going forward.
It's all litigation, so it's not one case that I could tell you. It's all city litigation.
Okay, so at the next meeting, I'd like to see what that 141,000 looks like. Here's my point. The fishing fleet has been our major litigation, okay? And we're done, and now we're going to go, well, we're going to go after our attorney's fees.
We are, but the Destin Fishing Fleet has more than one case against the city,
Yeah.
so we're done with one.
Right.
And we're $85,000 into another one, 85 with just the insurance defense. That doesn't include me and Kyle. So we're not done with the fleet, but we are done mostly with the Burt Harris case.
Right.
Other than the attorney's fees.
Yeah.
And that one, we have to put together our fees and let the judge decide. I'm not sure that that's even, is that included in this 140? Okay, so that is included also.
Okay, because I think that's kind of over, and then the overtime fees for community development to the tune of $43,051. It just seemed a little high. Of course, if we're paying our engineer, oh wait, we don't have an engineer. Go ahead.
No, those are for all the salaried. That's for the salary. We have quite a few salaried position, or I'm sorry, non-salaried positions. A few permit techs, building inspectors, and then the engineering assistant and engineering inspector.
Okay.
So with having a full complement of building inspectors and with now Jeff, our engineering inspector, site inspector, the need for constant going out and about for the engineering division is gone, because Jeff is out there every single day looking at all the construction projects, not every single one, but he's roving around. So that need's gone. Full complement of building inspectors shouldn't need too much overtime. And we're also in the process, I believe, of hiring and filling out our permit tech positions right now as well. So we should have full complement of building division to be able to handle to reduce the need for overtime.
Okay, well, that would be my point. That's a large overtime number, but we have the professional services in community development, annexate, which I learned something tonight from Crystal. Annexation, are the annex professional services isn't talking about here, it's talking about the annexation. But we have 133,000, let's see, for one, and 140,000 for the professional services?
So the annexation requires a full meets and bounds survey of the area to be annexed. And that's the survey quote that you see in there is what we got back from the surveyor to do that.
Okay, and the survey isn't going to be done until after we do a survey of the people that own those properties to see if there's, you know,
Correct.
if we're at 60/40 or if we're at 10/90 or where we are, right?
Correct, yes. The physical, the land survey would be one of the last steps in the annexation process, or we would know at that point to go ahead and do it, to spend that cash, because we wouldn't do that right out the gate.
So we think that we will do that in this coming fiscal, between 1 October and 30 September 25. Knowing that it wouldn't be on the ballot until 26.
Correct.
But if you walk the 26 back, we have to get it done before a certain date of the election. And then they have like a 9-month turnaround for this much land. So you're really looking at almost a year. So, yeah, I'm
You have
hoping
to have
by
the legal
like,
descriptions when you do the ordinance. It
Yeah.
has
Yeah.
to be attached as an exhibit for the public notice.
okay. Yeah, so I would say almost hopefully by this time next year, we know if we're pulling the trigger. It would almost be one of the last things we do of 2025.
And then did we say, is it our understanding that we would have to do the meets and bounds of the land we hope to annex, or every single parcel within the land that we hope to annex?
The land in which we annex, we do not have to meets and bounds every parcel, just the land.
Okay, and we say that's 140,000 or 130?
That's what we got back from our city surveyor.
Okay. See, Crystal, I have my little tabs too. Nope. Trying to stick to the big ones.
Yeah, do you not do your briefing?
No, I didn't do my briefing, and because I figured we would be doing the 3%, I want to identify some other places that we ought to be taking money, other than, I guarantee you, I would almost bet my house we'll be into that 75,000 engineering fee before the end of this year, if not before the end of March. So I want to make.
For what it's worth, we'll also be bringing back a FY 2025 budget amendment, probably in November or so, because at this moment in time, I don't know how much of the grant funds we're going to be totally spent out. So the estimates that are in this budget that we're proposing tonight, they're not exactly, we don't know for sure what the true numbers are going to be. And both on the revenue side as well as on the expenditure side, as you know, the best practice is to try to spend out all of those grant funds. So we will be bringing back an amendment probably in November. There might be some other items as well. I don't know if we'll know how far along we're going to be in expending the professional services on engineers by then, but if we don't have a city engineer hired yet, then we can start doing little internal transfers out of that salary line to keep the professional services for the engineering department going.
And which of those come back before the council?
Any amendments come back before council.
Just want to make sure we remember that, and we don't say that that's within the city manager's spending authority, and that's how we move that money, because when you rebudget it, that's a council decision, not a city manager moving money from his little pot there. Hey, on parks, this one I just didn't understand. Leonard Destin Park in particular. Repairs and maintenance, $4,000, okay? The last year, or this year, I'm sorry, we had 14,000. The year before, we actually spent 19,900. Normally, maintenance costs go up as a facility gets older. Why is ours going from 14,000 to 4,000?
So the 14,000 was that UV light that we had to replace, which was a component that I would think we will not be replacing again. And we have the money in operating supplies, which operating supplies is if we do the repairs and maintenance in-house, that's where my expenses come from. So I believe that we'll be okay with that. And also, I have the pool being contracted out for maintenance, the splash pad.
Okay. And then just to confirm, the TDC beach operations, Crystal, that's the money that we get from the TDC, the 625,000 or whatever?
Yes, that's correct. That's our, part of the 12.5% funding that we receive each year. And we budget all of those funds to go to the, to staffing, the people who go around, pick up the garbage, keep those bathrooms and those showers going.
Okay. The only thing, the main thing is the engineering and cutting the events or the whatever. And I get, we've budgeted 160 and we've only spent 85. Okay, cut that. But when you do that, I need to know if Miss Jenny needs to go buy more candy for the Christmas parade, okay? Because I don't want to show up with what I normally have and all of a sudden find out there's no candy in my golf cart or whatever I'm riding. So that's the important stuff, is keep me out of trouble at home. Okay,
I
that's
told
all.
him we should all buy more candy out of our own pocket.
Yeah.
All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Destin, for making that substitute. We talk a lot about being a fiscally responsible city. It's one of our top goals in the city. And we have a lot of amazing staff members and directors and everybody all across. I will say, I've been doing, personally, a lot of research and Excel spreadsheets and highlighting and a lot of tabs. I think a lot of those tabs from Crystal's paperwork might have been from my queries. Just for what it's worth, in case you guys looked at any of the information that came out today, over the last few years, our operational, expenditures were anywhere between $750,000 and $1.5 million lower than anticipated, right? And that's made up of multiple factors, and Crystal can add or correct me if I'm wrong on some of these things. It might be that we expected to do a harbor study, but then we didn't do it, so it got pushed to the next year. I also looked at just this 24 fiscal year, and you can look at between $10,000 and $100,000 of what's remaining in the budget for the next 2 months. 2 months. There's over $1 million that's out there. A lot of it's some of these positions that aren't filled or aren't going to be filled, and a lot of it's, I think as what we've heard in the previous meetings, catch-alls or emergency funds or rainy day funds and things like that. I'm all about the 3% budget cut. It's not, we're not cutting salaries, and that's very important. I think from what I've seen, and if me personally, if I get reelected over the next 4 years, I'm going to be doing a lot more specific fine-tuning on the budget process, because one, it's all these buckets. We have all these buckets that I pointed out last meeting, and Mr. Bagby is continuing to do tonight. They're just there. And I get that we're not spending the money sometimes, but we could better allocate the money appropriately towards the payoff of the loans earlier and things like that. There's no budget item right now to beautify our medians and our landscaping around the city. There's no budgets for certain parks in our city to do certain things except emergency actions. So, there's a lot of money that gets budgeted for something that sometimes doesn't even get used. I feel bad for Lisa and her department, nearly $200,000 that's being cut. I think that the city manager could go back through that 3% and find actual stuff that's not being used or going to be used and cut it, rather than positions that weren't going to be filled and things like that. You know, code compliance is now underneath code, the new department. They didn't cut that. It's not happening. You know, so I would personally scratch that one right there and tell them to go find another $160,000 from somewhere else off the budget. Me personally, but you know, we owe it to the city citizens to spend their money appropriately, and our staff does a very good job of spending it appropriately. But sometimes it's too broad. The line items are too broad, and I think moving forward, you know, I'm hoping if I can continue to find ways to help them to make it more efficient and clean it up, so that way we can make sure we're using the money wisely for next year and 5 years from now and everything else. So, yeah, I'm glad we're here. I know this is late, and this is a big $60-something plus million budget. So, you know, it deserves the respect and time that we're giving, I think. But thanks, Mr. Bagby, for bringing that up, and Mr. Destin for continuing to sharpen the pencil again.
Right. With that, Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. And the point I was going to make is exactly along those lines. The rules require us to pass a budget tonight. Like many of the items Mr. Bagby went through, and I'm sure you have some too, Kevin, that I would have done it differently. We have the opportunity to do it differently at the next meeting or at the budget reconciliation that she's talking about. But we do have to pass a budget tonight, so that's why I didn't bring a whole bunch of little pin marks all over my budget. You know, we've got to pass something tonight, and then we can fix it later if it needs to be fixed.
Councilwoman Aber.
Thanks, Mayor. I agree with Dewey and Kevin, and thanks, Jim, for going through some of the line by lines of things to verify where it was at. I feel like Kevin said, that we could probably thin out some of the other things that aren't going to be spent, money that's not going to be used. And I feel like it's a disservice to our citizens that have asked us for years, why can't we do something better with our Christmas decorations? And I'm sad for you, Lisa, that you had finally found a company that could do it. And I'll tell you right now, that was a very good price that they were going to do it for. And I hate that it came off. But we are trying to be respectful of our citizens and their money and spend it wisely and do what's best in all divisions. So I just hope that we can find another way to get rid of stuff that's not going to be spent and bring it back around to taking care of things that matter. So thank you.
On the Christmas, it's going to kind of come off funny, but I'm actually somewhat serious. One of the very few things I get to do as mayor is call a peace posse. And if there's one holiday that's about goodwill and peace on earth, it would be Christmas. So we might turn the peace posse into a bunch of helping elves, and we'll go around and just get a string of lights, and we'll see if we can do it volunteer style. So, I mean, if that's what we got to do to put up some lights, I mean, heck, why not? So that's what I'm going to be doing.
Great.
I love Christmas. I'm a Griswold. Councilman Bagby.
What do we look at our house?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of points, and Mr. Schmidt highlighted it. Last time he identified a lot of these spending things, and we have a chance to say, you know what? Let's put $50,000 back into the Christmas decorations, and here's where I would take it from. And you can do that. Any council member can do that at any meeting and say, I'd like to propose a budget amendment, and we can do that. We can change our spending priorities. What we need is a little specificity, okay? And I know you were just looking for, I gotta get 3%. I gotta this is kind of some big chunks I can take it from that, you know, nobody's going to scream too loud, and we do have to pass it tonight. So I would say when we do our operational spending report, if we could have a little, you have the big high-level picture, but if you have this as to what we've actually spent, you know, or what we've obligated and what is remaining, then we can say, well, we're only 10% spent, and then in our meetings we can go, are we going to really spend the 90% in this budget line item over the next month? And when you say no, or the next 6 months or whatever, then we can get a little bit better clue on how to manage this budget. The one thing I forgot wasn't that it's supposed to be a budget item, but it wasn't a budget item, and that's why I didn't have a tab on it. Jamie, strategic plan requires us to do a staff survey this year. So before we go into next year's strategic planning session, you know, off here, or every 2 years we do one. We do one to the citizens and then we do one to the staff. And when Crystal and I were talking today, she was saying that we're planning on doing that in-house. I would really, if there's any way that we can not do that in-house, because I think some people say, even if we do SurveyMonkey, you're going to know who did the answers, or Larry's going to know who did the answers, or whoever does the SurveyMonkey, whoever's the keeper of the key there. And so I want total anonymity for the staff. And if that means, you know, we have to hire somebody to just run a SurveyMonkey for us and they do it together, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't want any of our staff members thinking, you know, somebody might be able to tie this back to me if I make a comment. So I'm just going to say, yep, everything's good, and we should keep spending like we are spending, but it's supposed to help us be better. And so if there's any way we can do that, I would ask that you do that. And I would ask that I'll call you offline and tell me what your ideas are to do that separately. But that is part of our strategic process, and that's going to drive next year's strategic plan. And they're going to say Jim was mean because he was going to cut not our COLA, but our merit increase. Yeah, okay.
All right, I see no further comments. Looking like confirmation there. We have a substitute motion by Councilman Destin, seconded by Schmidt. If you need it, let me know, but we are going to call the vote. Ayes have it unanimously. So moved. We have done our state obligation. I'll see you guys next year. All right, Councilman Stevens, comments, presentations.
All right, I'll be quick. Piggybacking on the Christmas lights, I mean, what's the thoughts of maybe putting out like a donation bin for anyone that wants to get rid of their old Christmas lights and stuff like that? It might be a way for us to gain some lights that way. Another topic really. We've been having some issues with our committees and boards not meeting quorum. Just more or less seeing if there's any opportunity or any interest of maybe offering an alternate position or even an eighth person. Like I noticed the Harbor Steering Committee, the mayor actually appointed an eighth person for that. So I was just seeing if we can possibly add an additional one potentially. So.
I think on that point of trying to get more active participation, I love what the Public Works and Safety does, where they have a bucket of money each year, so they don't have to come to us for everything. And I think, you know, after talking to some of the staff members, I'm also in the 100% agreement that we might have too many redundancies of committees, especially with the harbor side. There's like now 3 committees focusing on the harbor. So whether we take the active people and bring them into one, or we empower some of these committees and say, hey, okay, if we actually validate this committee with a budget per year, maybe they have some autonomy and a little bit of skin in the game to feel like they're doing something more than just being a part of the process, which is important, but at the same time, people get into the committees to want to help and do something, and I think a lot of discouragement comes from them going, oh, well, you know, we're just passing paper to council and they can do what they want from there. So something to look at as we move forward. It would save on staff timing, I think. So there's some budget there, and I think it would just help with overall morale from both staff and committees. If it's not worth funding, at least in some way, then maybe it's not worth having. But I definitely like where you're going with that. Councilman Guile.
Just a reminder, if you want to see the project status update, Google City of Destin agenda, go to the agenda packet, down to item 4H, capital project status. It'll have the capital projects with the estimated dollar amounts and the status.
Now with a little bit more enthusiasm.
I fell asleep 20 minutes ago when Jim was over there talking.
Councilman Destin.
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Councilman Bagley.
Nothing, Mayor.
Councilwoman Aber.
Two quick things. Lisa, I did say to Crystal during my briefing that it would be, I could take it on for my own self for the Christmas parade, but after Halloween, go to Walmart, they drop all their prices and everything. I would just encourage those of us that do the parades, buy more, so you're not buying more with the funds. And then secondly, I know that we have a lot of lights that are still packaged up from last year that we bought because they were so inexpensive. And I was just telling the mayor, I think that's a great idea, getting people that have brand new stuff they never use and getting it and decorating the city at Christmas time might be a fun thing to do. So I know I have a lot of stuff I can give you.
Councilman King.
It's funny that you say that, Ms. Abear. I was going to make a motion to add $1,000 to the Christmas candy fund this year from wherever you guys see fit so that everyone has enough candy and doesn't have to bring their own.
All right, I have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? Second by Councilman
We're going to get a vote.
All right, discussions, or you know what, just tell me how you feel with your vote. Call the vote.
Which year budget to be expended when? We have two different budget years going on right now. We have FY '24 that's ending.
That. I'm talking about for this year.
For the month of,
Fiscal year's over.
okay, we can buy it next week? Or we'll search for money in the 2025 budget to come up with.
Whatever you got to do for there to be extra candy on all of their golf carts this Christmas.
This Christmas, got it.
Slightly selfish, because I'm going to,
Yeah, he's going to be in the crowd getting
I'm going to be in the crowd with my kid for the first time ever, so.
Yeah.
Just make sure there's $1,000 more. That's the motion.
On that floor.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Councilman Bagley.
Yeah, I know it's not hard to find $1,000, but I just, in a process, when we ask the staff to move money, we have to tell them where to move it from, or from our contingency.
From wherever you see fit. So if you would like to make a recommendation on where you would like to see that
Take
money
it out
come
of
from,
our $50,000 contingency for FY '25.
Great idea. Ray, can you add that to the motion?
Kevin, are you cool with that amendment? Kevin didn't push his button, but he said sure. All right, come on, am I the only one that's jazzed up about government?
Since we're going to have some discussion on this motion, I would just like to say that as discussion for this motion, we all talk about the Christmas lights and making sure Christmas is wonderful. Well, I don't know how much you guys spend extra on. I'm trying to help y'all out. I spent $150 extra on Christmas candy. I don't care about I don't care about the Christmas lights that much. I love the candy. My wife and I will drive around to look at Christmas lights because she and my kid like to see the Christmas lights. It's wonderful for them. I'm more of a candy guy. So, and I know that there are thousands and thousands of people who are there to participate in a candy event. I'd just like to see more candy.
All right. All right, call the vote. Council spending $1,000 from the contingency. All right. Oh, Dustin's got more else he's got to think about. Oh. All right, council contingency, $49,000.
That's all I have for tonight. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Lisa.
Just my turn.
All right, Schmidt.
Quickly, is the high school interlocal coming at the next meeting? I thought it was coming tonight.
We sent it to them a couple days before the agenda deadline. They had some changes, and then Destin Water Users Attorney sent us a change. So it didn't get completed by this Thursday deadline. So it's on the October 7th agenda. Long story short.
No, thank you. Did Gulf Power ever get permits for cutting down stuff to put up a line and whatever they're doing?
Yeah, talk to your state reps.
They don't have to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought at first staff said they did have to. I guess they don't though.
So on some areas where they overstepped their bounds,
Okay.
they should
Apologize.
have.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
they're rectifying that.
But they're good to go now.
Yep.
All right. And then will the I know it's in the 25 budget, but the Morgan's Lights, does that go out for bid after the budget's approved tonight? Or how does that get kicked off?
Lisa, was that a contract, a local contract that we're going to piggyback off? So you'll bring that to council for them to approve?
Yes.
Okay.
So is that going to go out to bid for a
No,
$1 million contract?
it's already been out to bid. And the contract that she's
When
chosen.
did it go out for bid?
I don't have
No,
a-
it's
I don't
under-
have a copy of the contract. It's one of those cooperative, just like we
It's a
did, just like we
national
did the playground with. It's one of those
Right.
national cooperative, yeah.
So what's the
cooperative
process of an over $1
piggybacking.
million contract?
So you have the option, you can put an RFB out in the world, or if somebody has already done that procurement process for a product that you are looking into, then you can just piggyback off of the great price that a larger entity
And
is
that
able
decision can be
to
made
negotiate.
by internal
Council.
city manager?
No, the contract has to come to council. It
I
has
guess
to
the
be
decision
budgeted.
about not going out to bid.
Right, it comes to council, and council can choose, you can choose to piggyback off of that contract, or you can say, staff, we don't like this contract, go and do your own RFP.
Gotcha. Well, I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and send an RFP out to bid for the LED lights at Morgan Sports Complex.
All right, I got a motion on the table. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman King. Bagby's got a question for Lisa.
Were we planning on piggybacking? I thought there's some project we had where somebody
Yes.
had already done,
Okaloosa
The
School, yes, we did the playground. And then Okaloosa School District has done the procurement for Musco Lighting. And so we were going to piggyback off of that contract with Musco Lighting.
okay, so do we need to,
So I'll go ahead and let you know then. I guess my only issue with that was, one, I'm shocked that an over $1 million project's not going to go out for bid. But two, I've been doing research, and there's people that do professional installed stadium lights for the college, NFL, and all sorts of people across the country that I think would benefit the city to get a bid from before we just, accept just because the school district did it.
okay.
Because school district, never mind.
And so we'll send it out to the people that we were going to piggyback and then to whoever you've identified that might do it for cheaper. Yeah, okay.
Councilman Destin?
My only question, is this going to slow the process down?
Yeah.
How much, you think?
Well, we're looking at probably 30, 60 days for, to get the RFB out, and get it back, and get it approved.
And
At least 90,
do
yeah.
we lose
90
our
to
ability?
90 days.
Or do we lose our ability to go with the Musco or whatever company it is?
They've given us the price. I'll have to have that conversation.
I don't have a guaranteed contract in place, but the research I've done, I would like to see an official proposal provided to us, because there's been opportunities spoken to me verbally that we can get with the city of Destin through these companies to save a lot of money. And if it's that bad of a product from somewhere else, then I guess they're pulling the wool over my eyes. But I would like for the citizens to have the opportunity to see that too.
All right, seeing no further discussions, we will call the vote. Sending out for bid. All right, 6-1. RFB it is. All righty, I'm good for tonight. City Attorney.
Nothing, thank you, Mayor.
All right, public comments. Just here for the sheer entertainment. Well, I hope it was entertaining. All right, with that, we are over 10. Vegas won. I call this meeting adjourned.